excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool, $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, ban-picked active skills for Clash Squad Mode, Champion Rush format, Randomized map order. Total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Pro Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
What's up, everybody? You're watching the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring Edition of 2025, and things have been heating up here at week number 3, but we are on our final day. Day 3 of week number 3. My name is Gideon. This is AJ, keeping you guys entertained with the commentary for all 6 of our matches. And I don't know about you, I'm feeling refreshed and energized. So hopefully, AJ, you got your meal this time round, because every time I've casted with you, oh, you're missing out on some food. But thank God you got some Red Bull.
Wait, did I eat today? I ate today. Oh my goodness. I forgot that I ate. This time, I did most definitely have my meal, but I do need to get my fix of Red Bull. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are happy to announce that for the first time in a long time, we've got a super duper partner with us. And this partner, this special partner, is not just our partner for this season, right? We are talking about both the spring as well as fall season. We welcomed Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025. 2 back-to-back seasons. Talk a little bit about some extra energy.
Oh, dude, I'm hoping that hashtag changes for Get a Taste of More to can't get enough of it for the winter season. But, hey, that's just me. Let's look at our top 3 ranking predictions.
Wee. As
per always, AJ, what is the universe telling you? You've been right on a couple of these many weeks in a row at this point. For me, it's just my hot take on number 3.
Okay. I mean, it's just a final day for them to make a mad ditch and qualify for Clash Squad. You know what I mean? Some extra money on the table. I think some teams are going to hustle a little bit extra. And then some of the teams who want to most definitely make sure they qualify in a certain way in the top 12, I don't know, put themselves in a better spot to play for that number 1 spot early. That's something that they want to do as well. But it doesn't really mean that if you're not in the top 12, you don't make it through to the grand finals this time round, right? We still have phase 2 of our competition. You get your second chances there. So the stakes are not as high as they usually are, but I like the fact that we need to start thinking from right here, right now itself, as to which teams gotta hustle a little bit more. And I think my focus is gonna be personally on the teams who are fighting to be in the top 8 for Clash Squad today.
Let's look at the prize pool, because again, all of these teams are looking for that slice of the pie. 100,000 just for the champions, 40,000, which is still considerably a lot, but it ain't 100,000. And if you think that's sad, 3rd place, it's already half of 2nd place, and so on and so forth. Don't worry, there's still Team of the Day bonuses and Grand Finals MVP, which is a whopping 4K.
Yeah, man. I mean, we've got more than $300,000 US on the line overall for both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad. And we've got a whole marathon to run through before we can touch that money, right? 6 weeks of knockout stage. This is for both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad. And we get 1 day each for the Grand Finals. And that is on the 13th and the 14th of June. The most important thing is we are now coming to the conclusion of the first phase of our knockout stage. Today is the 11th of May. It is the end of week 3. So something is decided by the end of the day. The top 8 teams that make it to Clash Squad.
Now, this is so important, right? Because our tournament format has changed from what some people may know. Just a couple of tweaks here and there if you're just tuning in. Phase 1 and as well as Phase 2. Yes, this is going to be a Swiss stage format for Clash Squad mode, but don't worry about that. That's on the second half of it. For the knockout stages, most people are going to remember it as exactly how it used to be, but that second phase is where all of these teams are grinding, and that's why there's such a big importance here on week number 3 before you even get anywhere close to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt at all. And once again, the emphasis onto phase 1, that is the completion today at week 3, the final day, 11th of May. We determine the ranking of the 18 teams, and then the top 12 teams from phase 1 will compete on the first day of phase 2. That's going to be next week, and that number 1 team will qualify directly to the finals, which means after that, they get to chill. They don't need to do much. They don't need to hustle. They just need to wait for their opportunity at the Grand Finals.
This does mean, based on our point systems, that you're looking for as many points as possible to set yourself up for that top 12. Of course, the point system has not changed, but the tiebreaker rules hasn't really changed much as well. Number of booyahs, total eliminations, and then ranking in the very final game. Every single time, you're looking for those 12 points on top of the extra elimination points to set yourself up coming into week number 4.
Absolutely, man. And of course, if we do end up on the tiebreaker, you've already mentioned it, we go through one by one on that list. We usually will be able to tell you exactly who ends up on top. But out there, when it comes to your active skills, there's no way to just go bum rush with 4 Tatsuyas anymore. Each and every single player needs to bring in their own individual active skill. You cannot have 2 of the same active skills on one squad, and that has been a huge game changer here.
Of course, it does put a big importance on your support players. Based on what we've seen in the past couple of weeks, people have either adjusted extremely well or still looking to find the right build. Now, of course, most of you would still remember the Champion Rush format. A maximum of 10 games. First to reach 80 points activates the Champion Rush for the next game, and if you win the Booyah after you've activated it, then good for you. You're instantly a champion. However, if no Champion Rush Booyah, only the overall first team wins the championship.
This can end in 4 to 5 games. This can go to a maximum of 10 games. That is insane. Looking forward to the grand finals. But of course, you've got your live broadcast challenge as well. And we've split that into 3 different segments. The first one's the Battle of Points. Second one is the special challenge. And the third one is an eliminations race. So we've seen all 3 of these versions already. Elimination race, we basically put 2 teams or 2 players up against each other, and we see who gets more eliminations. Battle of Points, we saw that yesterday between Buriram and RRQ, where RRQ had to do the chicken banana dance. And dude, I would have died on the stage if that was
Look, they're coming in this time one more time, right? Group B, it's going to be RQ, Falcons, Reverse Red, Heavy, AG, and as well as PE. For Group C, it's Evos Divine, Famos, Core Memory, GOW, Expanded, as well as WAG. I'm curious to see what the challenge is going into this this very final day of week number 3. Hopefully the teams are going to be more invigorated, you know, excited to not do the punishments and to watch it on live broadcast.
I mean, that will depend on whether or not they get a choice. Sometimes you just throw 2 teams in that they don't really get a say on that. They just have to go out and perform. Speaking of perform, we've got 6 teams in front of you, and not each and every single one of them have managed to climb up to the top. And surprisingly, AG Global is one of those squads. Now, as of this point of time, AG is not even in the top 12. They are currently in the 13th spot. And we are talking about moving from 13th to number 8 by the end of the day in order to qualify for some extra pocket money through Clash Squad. So it's going to be a journey for AG.
Fingers crossed that my predictions today are going to be good. I was hoping that, you know, GOW, after having a great day number 1, is going to be coming over for this very final day to make sure, hey, make sure that we can have enough buffer points for that top 12 and maybe have another hot day coming into phase 2. We just secure ourselves a spot straight off.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what, you know, teams are going to be working for. Some of them are going to be a little stressed as well today. It's the final opportunity to make that mad dash. But at the end of the day, if you maybe don't want to put more pressure on your shoulders, maybe you just want to go out there and just focus on playing in the top 12 and then later on being the number 1 team, I don't know, you could try for that, but I would really check myself, right? I would really see what am I capable of within one day. Because if you talk about a team like Todak, if they can somehow cram themselves into the top 12 today, on day 1, are they going to be able to walk away with that number 1 spot? That's a little tough to think, right? So, you know, if you're a team like Todak, if you are maybe PE Sports Expand at this point of time, your strategy is actually going to be to just hang on. It's all right if you are in the bottom 6. Just chill and wait until the final week of the knockout stage, where all you need to do is be in the top 6. And that's not so difficult.
It's the setup week, right? We're not immediately going into phase 2. There's still at least week 4 to kind of set yourself up for that. Generally, it's going to be a tough shout, right? A lot of these teams will need that early booyah to kind of build that confidence up and start the ball rolling as soon as possible.
I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? Get that ball rolling for yourself. If you can do it faster, then you get a little bit of a longer break. You want to take your time, you want to chill. Maybe you just want to practice against some of these other teams and then qualify at the very final second. You most definitely can do so, but you also have to question how many other teams are thinking of it, because on that final week, you're going to have 12 teams in that lobby, 18 games, sorry. We are actually going to have them battle over 3 days, 6 games each day. So you've got 18 matches to be in the top 6. Anything can happen, right? So, I mean, if you can't get it done in the regular stage here for the knockout stage with all of the big dogs in here, maybe the chances are much higher once we take some of these heavy hitters out of the league and we throw them into the final straight away. From that perspective, I am so in love with this new formatting. I think it puts not just so much more flavor, but it really gives the underdogs a big chance to step into the grand finals.
And I really hope these underdogs do start to perform, right? I mean, if everybody's expecting things to go based on the textbook, down to paper, on the template, the top dogs are going to start moving on to the next phase, and then once the underdogs get involved, we're just expecting everybody underneath that top 6 to eventually get those points. But now, it's time to challenge your limits. The Booyah race is here, and which region will get more? It's Vietnam versus Indonesia.
Hey. Why is Thailand not a part of this race? This is... How can we exclude them? How could we exclude Malaysia from this as well? We've got Expand playing today. We've got Vamos playing today. And I think we should have at least thrown Expand and Vamos in the mix so that, you know, the uncles have a bigger chance, bro. Now at least the Malaysians will be fighting for those booyahs as well.
Yeah, we need to see, you know, Mr. President of Kotatua come up on screen one more time. That's what we're hoping for. Honestly, this is a booyah race, which is why I understand why we're putting Vietnam against Indonesia here. Admittedly, Vietnam has a higher percentile of actually achieving this because this is a collective region, right? 4 teams from Vietnam are going to be playing here today compared to 2 Indonesian teams. So, the odds are stacked against them, but I think Indonesia might be able to do it because we're starting off the day with Nextera, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Bermuda, and finally our random map at the end.
You know, as much as I love Indonesia, my bet is with Vietnam, baby. I think today Vietnam is gonna stand up tall. They're gonna be ripping away some good points to make themselves kind of squeeze themselves into both Clash Squad as well as the top 12 before we end the first phase here. But looking at the map layout, Nextera, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Bermuda, this is going to be the rotation that we run through before we hit the randomizer for Game 6.
Yep, and why I'm excited about Nextera is because at the very least RRQ is standing right on top in terms of their personal best. 2 Booyahs already achieved, 56 eliminations, 98 points. Falcons as 3rd. Unfortunately, Buriram's not going to be playing today, but still very, very close by. I think this is what Indonesia needs, especially if we're talking about a Booyah race.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I mean, you're looking at Nextera, you're looking at RRQ, Falcons, and Vamos. These are the top 3 teams that perhaps may be able to grab something out there. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Vamos, Malaysia, come on, guys. Garina, you should have... The fight should have been between all 4 flags today. That's what I believe. And then at least the Malaysians would have been more motivated to bring us to those uncles. But of course, Vamos standing a good, strong chance at Nextera makes me a little excited, albeit they do not have a single booyah here.
Yep, they don't have a single booyah, but at the same time, this is where things are looking to change. At this point, we're hoping that our teams are going to start buckling up and show us everything they got. They've got to set themselves up with a booyah first before they head into Phase 2 later down the line. It's time to look into the future. A city of the future, they say. It's Nextera.
Let's head on in. What a flight path, right? Trying to torture the players who are attempting a Graph Labs drop here. PE Sports up against RRQ. This is a huge possibility as RRQ may be looking for some early points to climb up the leaderboard today.
They got to catch up as soon as possible, some may say. But I'm curious to know on your predictions, right? You were saying Reverse Red might be able to start pulling it back. And based on the weeks that we've seen, they haven't been able to catch as many points as honestly, based off of last year, how many points of a difference has it been? Nearly 50 to every single day.
I mean, that depends on what kind of a human being you are, right? Are you living in the past or are you living in the present? And As of the present, Reverse Red has got 6 booyahs, bro. The most number of booyahs in the knockout stage so far is 7. They're doing all right. It's just that they're not pushing themselves all the way, right? You see some explosive days, multiple booyahs, and then some days they're barely even scratching top 10. And you've only got 12 teams playing in there. So it's been a little rough for Reverse Red, but I think they're not fully focused in the competition just yet. And they're waiting for that last minute push. They're lazy just like me. Procrastinators, bro.
Procrastinators, but not as much action as we're seeing up on our screen with Vamos in against CRM on top of EVOS Divine Scouts hovering around the outside of the museum. So far, we haven't seen a full squad wipe just yet, and even so, trying to control this compound is going to be difficult with multiple floors to worry about. We see the UAV get deployed, and now we have full information about how everybody is positioned.
Oh, this is a tough one. The Battle of 3 Flags very early on in this museum. Who becomes part of the furniture in the museum or a showcase piece, we'll need to wait and see. EVOS Divine very smartly pushing a player out of the compound, just in case things go south. But if they can pick up a couple of extra points, they will not mind. And Aim God doing exactly that. Beautiful spray onto G'day. Vamos losing one player early. Heavy on the way in towards museum as well, potentially, as they hear all of these gunshots. Core Memory backing away. They know 2 teams are doing battle. They are not part of that, and they want no part of that.
We're seeing no punishment just yet. EVOS Divine, they've only got 2 members here. They want to slowly encapsulate and pick off as many eliminations as possible. Again, there is no full commitment at the very least, especially with Aegon as well as Kochiro being the only ones here. Oh, hold on, Heavy getting involved.
Yeah, as expected, Heavy hearing the gunshots, and they want some points. These boys don't understand. They are actually party number 5. They are actually very lucky that Core Memory does not want this early battle as they try to back away. Heavy trying to find that engagement. They've got that high ground advantage. And Pokey getting sprayed down. Beautiful farmers action by Get Nice. And now with this vantage point, Heavy has got Core Memory pinned down. EVOS Divine can do the damage from down bottom as well. WAG getting involved out of nowhere. And the shots from afar. PLS1 and Carbine never saw that coming. WAG joins the fight now as well.
I think Aim God and Kochiel realized this is a bigger situation than we thought it was. It looks like WAG going to be dropping down to the ground as soon as possible. Trying to get control of the bottom side as Krillin is able to bring back Export just in time. Even CRM having to deal with the remaining members of EVOS Divine, shooting them from the outside. I mean, again, these scouts have been here for a long time. Usually, this is where it ends.
The booyah race between Indonesia and Vietnam is off to a fantastic start. Somebody pointed out that it's a little bit unfair that Indonesia only has 2 teams. Vietnam has got 4 running in here on this grouping. But bro, who told you life was fair? Who told you?
Ooh, Export getting knocked down pretty fast here. Looks like there's other engagements happening across the map, but Krillin has been making sure that he is doing some work, at least with the help of his treatment gun. In the meantime, though, with Heavy not trying to maintain the bottom floors, the 3 shots will eventually stop. The next ring has already been pre-decided here, and if they keep this up, I don't know, because we've seen Heavy and CRM in these types of positions. If they hunker down for too long after taking early engagements, it becomes a handicap coming into circle 3 and even 4.
You're such a serious shoutcaster, Gideon.
Hey, man, I'm just doing my job, man. I just like the video games, man.
Oh, beautiful Riptide Rhythm. That goes a little wide. X-Boy anticipating Kochil stepping out of his defense. And he makes one big mistake. Man did not have enough glue walls on him to wiggle around, get sprayed down to the ground. Cyrus put down as well by Get Nice from afar. And Heavy not going in with a follow-up. Beautiful pickup coming through by Alan. WAG on the revive as well. Beautiful ambush onto Heavy, and then instantly that stopped because Museum was just way too crowded, Gideon.
It's just a lot of just hot action, right? Too much contact there for most of these teams who actually prefer having some kind of personal space. Don't want to be sharing the dorm rooms with too many of the bros. But at this point, based off of what we saw from that flight path, this is why we're seeing so much of the engagements happening towards Museum, right? It's usually if we had an even playing field, an even flight path, we'd be having these little pockets of fights happening on the edges of the maps. But now it's so concentrated towards that southern side that as we get into the second, LBT finds Kochil straight away.
Yep, M590 straight to the chest. LBT, what a play. And now, it doesn't matter. Eva's Divine, no stranger to revives. Every single player has been reborn here. Mere paas maa hai, uska naam. Well, Eva's Divine, because this brand keeps giving birth to these players time and time again in this lobby. Happy Mother's Day, by the way, to all mothers out there. In fact, all of us are mother in some way. We'll get back to that point in a little bit, because I think Reverse Red now has a big opportunity as they scout out PE Sports. Question is, do they have a couple of snipers on hand to take this big fight?
It looks like Xposy does have a sniper in hand. Not the most optimal one, of course, but at the very least could take some potential pot shots. They don't want to reveal that they are on this side of the map. Going to start using the binoculars to scout out the rest of the plaza and hopefully secure a building for themselves. Let's look at the teams alive, right? Because despite all the action that's been happening, we're seeing a lot of eliminations on towards the teams above the 8th position. And Heavy currently with 6 eliminations and still at full fighting force.
And don't forget to hit that like, guys. I mean, what's up, man? You guys have been tuning in for a while already. Join us on the chat as well on YouTube, Free Fire Esports official page. And you can join us in the conversation. Fingers crossed. You'll laugh at my jokes.
He'll get you one way or another. It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. Reverse Red, 2 eliminations in pocket. And Esports, LBT, come on, you can't miss that diamond. M590, third shot. And LBT walking it off. Those grenades is...
Oh, he missed all 3!
Those nades. And Diamond, he got the clip with the nade that fell behind him. All right, you got to give it to Diamond, bro.
I mean, after the first 2, it's like, okay, I have to throw the third one. If not, I'm not going to get the knockdown. The elimination is going to take too long. The first 2 was where I was supposed to make it happen, but it's fine. It's fine. 3 eliminations in the bag. Control over the area while my sniper is in a perfect spot to scout for thirds.
Yep. Heavy 6 eliminations already. And it was just hilarious. But PE Sports now losing 2 players back to back, but still 12 squads remaining in this lobby, just like when we started. 1 more revival, and we are back to a super packed lobby.
Very packed lobby.
There you go.
Not entirely sure who dropped the kill contract this time around. But at the very least, it's revealing the positions of the RRQ members. I'm guessing it's from Eva's Divine. They do like to have that early on in their loadouts. But I think at this point, considering that there is a Booyah race happening, like, guys, there's only 2 of us, right? It's 2v4 for the rest of today. We don't have to engage each other until the final ring, right?
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, if they start shooting at each other, I hope one of them screams, "Wrong number, bhai! Wrong number!" Oh, no! The wrong number is about to be dialed. RRQ, as they try to approach AG Global, actually trying to stop this battle between the brothers. A civil war about to break out, and it is Thailand trying their best to stop it by pulling the attention of RRQ. But RRQ is dead set on looking at Eva's Divine, and Eva's Divine is ready. Look at that M82B. Look at the fight as well as Reverse Red fighting Team Vamos. They go in for the chase, and Vamos pins it by both Reverse Red and Heavy.
Well, the shots are coming in good, but no knocks just yet. And honestly, this building is starting to get very, very hot for Reverse Red. If they can keep Vamos out, that would be ideal. They know that Heavy is also getting involved, so now they're getting involved as much as possible, forcing the drop of the chrono as soon as possible as Vamos is getting melted down. Unfortunately, Red have a gigantic wide angle as now Mufasa is just going in and taking them down 1 by 1.
Oh, Heavy just went 8, but now up against Reverse Red. Reverse Red heard all of those shots. They want a piece of this as well. 9 eliminations in the hands of Heavy, and Reverse Red dropping 2 players. Xposy missing the shots again. No, you can't do that, Xposy. Tommy dropping him like he's hot, and Heavy just cooked Reverse Red.
Heavy is coming out with some big elimination points here. 13 already off of their first engagement, and towards this next half, they've conquered the left side, the western side of this ring. And they're not done just yet, right? At this point, clear out the rest of these roofs. GOW getting involved towards the top right side of the ring. They're going to take out CRM, but Expand is close behind them.
Yep, GOW shooting against Team PE Sports and Expand the closer ones. A snipe not reaching PE just yet, all across the battlefield. Loki dropping back to see if Waltz needs a little bit of assistance. M590 not finding the connection anymore with the AUG from afar though. Headshot will drop the player. Afik taken out of the equation as well. WAG, the winners in this long-range battle, as neither team choosing to step out of their defenses just yet. But those glue wall melters being laid out by both the Vietnamese squads. WAG and GOW. Expand has nowhere to run.
At least for Expand's perspective, they're happy that the ceasefire between GOW and as well as WAG has occurred, right? Nobody's looking towards them. They've already committed a lot of resources, a lot of glue wall melters, which is going to be difficult to regain unless we see a full squad wipe. In the meantime, Cyrus is putting the hurt down towards Expand's side, making sure that GOW is going to get punished on the opposite end.
Man's got a shield gun. I don't know what he's going to be able to do with that, but we'll wait and see. If he gets a knock, I will be genuinely impressed. I haven't been able to do much with that, and on a level like this where those meta guns are capable of just knocking you down with a couple of connections, I'm wondering how is he going to push on with that. GOW, 3 players on their side, outside the circle, with 27 seconds to figure out how are they going to move on in.
I'm actually okay with the shield guns. Ooh, looking at Falcon's side, again, this is where you see as much punishment as WAG taking height. They're looking for as much damage as they can possibly apply, as we do see a Riptide River coming from an off angle. They're not too sure who threw it there first. Now that Falcons are deep in the sauce, they gotta make sure that EG Global gets punished for this as they get deep in it. Hanoi already finds one on fire. He finds the elimination point as well. Rotate to the next to fall, and I think now Falcons in all emergency mode. It's either they squad wipe or they back off from this.
Falcons versus AG Global. The Thai teams spraying on each other. A civil war happening out here between Thailand before they head on into the next circle. And Falcons do not have enough numbers to sustain this battle for a prolonged amount of time. Cypher finding limit. One more player to take down before Falcons get eliminated in 9th. PE Sports fighting AG Global as well. And so as the 2 Thai teams do battle, Vietnam getting involved as well. PE Sports, the first team to make their way into the next circle, and they get to gatekeep AG as well as Falcons drop at 9.
Oh, unfortunate for the Falcons. Nothing they can really do about this. But now, WAG and as well as GOW are going to be contesting each other. So they slowly need to start moving in. That's why WAG made the first move, right? Expand members are still around. They're trying to even hold up the shield to deny some form of damage. But X4 ends up going down regardless with the shots coming in from DM. Pretty far away, I'm not going to lie, for a shotgun like that. As they slowly creep in, they have a little bit of natural cover to play with. They have to watch their left side as the end. Going in with the monster truck, trying to take out X4 at the very least. He does find it, but he goes down instantly. WAG with the last 2 members left. We see Expand get eliminated, followed by GOW. As we now look at the Civil War. WAG next to fall, but our RQ will not let Evos Divine steal this booyah away.
Oh, what a kamikaze there by Expand, just knocking the player out. If I go down, you go down too, baby. And forcing a drop on the side of the Vietnamese team. Woo! And now, just like that, Indonesia, the 2 teams that were almost doing battle earlier on to take each other out, are now neck and neck. RRQ, EVOS putting each other out. And Ma'al, the final player from the side of RRQ. EVOS down, bleeding out already. Rasya looking to pick up aim guard, but Ma'al says no. And the circle leaves them high and dry. Damage from Ma'al more than enough, but it looks like it's going to be tough for Indonesia to grab this booyah now.
I mean, it's looking real bad because the ring is now starting to pull towards the top left-hand side of the map. And AG, they've got a position over, but Heavy is the main gatekeepers at this point. They need to identify the fighting strength of the southern teams, which in this case is just one member of RRQ. So Heavy have to win this battle if they're looking for the booyah.
Absolutely, man. And Heavy and AG Global, both of these teams back-to-back on the overall leaderboard. One in the 13th spot, one in the 14th. And it is Heavy 1 spot lower. They have the exact same number of points on the overall leaderboard. And they are looking to make that break not into just top 12, but top 8 as well. They want that extra pocket money, baby. And Heavy's going to earn that 1 extra point by shutting down Ma'al. But Ma'al stepping outside the circle. And Mufasa finds the shot onto him. And Heavy claims the point. 20 eliminations strong already. Vietnam on fire.
AG now having a split 2 for 2. The compound just got exposed after it moves out of the blue, and do as well as Sypha getting the top end of it. Sypha needs to control the bottom side as the electrotherapy does come out just in time. Copy is already on his knees. Do finds a headshot as PSL1 finds one back, but Ross takes out Mufasa, and looks like AG up in manpower, looking to try and take out the members of Heavy fast and keeping them occupied as the blue is slowly closing in on them.
Yeah, a beautiful one by Kabi, but Sypha will be able to get the 180 onto Get Nice down on the ground. AG Global whooping, cleaning out house, and it looks like Vietnam nor Indonesia will pick up Booyah number 1. It will be Thailand, and it will be AG Global.
Great play on that final circle, knowing the number of members left available. Heavy, unfortunately, got too distracted with one member of RRQ, and don't get me wrong, they should have been able to take him out quick, but they lost position over the newly exposed building thanks to the movement of the Bring.
I mean, this was just a beautiful play overall coming through from Heavy, because yes, AG Global did manage to sneak away this Booyah with the sheer firepower towards the very end, but Heavy, sure as hell, is going to be taking away that number 1 spot just purely with those eliminations. And for Vietnam to come on in strong with a not just double-digit eliminations, but 20 eliminations before stepping into the final battle in itself is nothing but impressive. Earlier on, Heavy needed massive points to climb into top 12, and they've got exactly that now with them. But from here up into the 8th spot, the hustle starts now. They need about 40 solid points. Let's see if they can get that. But for the time being, the highlight still on AG Global for hitting that Booyah.
Big shout out to AG Global. Again, huge pick off here from Adu all over again. That's why he's such a reliable sniper. Once he opens up in that first pick, you know that Sypha is more than happy to get involved in the mix. So again, congratulations. First Booyah going over to AG Global. And again, denying both of our Booyah race contestants here of a point.
Yeah, it is what it is. So we now have got 1 less Booyah to contest for. We've got 5 more to go, and there's just no way in hell to say that Thailand's not going to be aiming for those as well, right? And no Booyah, no problem as far as Heavy is concerned. Yes, we may not be winning the challenge overall for our nation, but what we are doing is finding the qualifiers into Clash Squad. They're so much more closer. What a massive game that was for the Vietnam squad. And overall, obviously, Indonesia doing great as well. RRQ and he was initially were about to take each other out, but they survived long enough to get to the final circle.
Hey, they engaged in Mortal Kombat, and they came out with a couple of missing limbs, and unfortunately it was just too much damage to actually contest for that final spot. But Ma'al at least secures 3rd position overall. That's totally fine, and at the very least you can see that Heavy, they're like, no, after the past couple of weeks we do not want to have anybody sneaking away eliminations in our backs anymore.
I mean, absolutely. And nobody likes that, right? But you can't really avoid a situation like that, especially when some of these circles get so chaotic, Gideon. I mean, you've got like, what, 8, 9 teams still in there, and it's like the second last circle, everybody fighting for some real estate. There's bound to be some stealing of points here and there.
Well, I mean, after week 2 and as well as week 3, seeing how Heavy got done really dirty, I felt that left a lasting impression. Goodness. Luckily at the very least, Group A isn't playing here today, so they don't have pure PTSD. But let's go over with the interview with our Thai representatives, our Booyah so far for our first map. It's AG Global. Let's check it out.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview session. Right now I'm here with
Dale.
มีแค่นี้เลยเหรอ
ครับ
Okay. First question, we got some questions from our fans. Did you eat banana today? Because you shot so well, everyone thought you ate banana for sure. กินกล้วยมาใช่ไหมวันเนี้ยยิงคมเลยอ่ะ
วันนี้จะกินพิซซ่าครับ
เอ้ยจริงว่า Alrighty สรุปกินไหมยัง
ย่างครับย่าง
ไม่กินหนอสักหน่อยหนึ่ง
เดี๋ยวผมเดี๋ยวเซเว่นแบบ
Okay. He'll get it from 7-Eleven, guys, for the banana. And he'll get some pizza if he got top 8 ปะวันนี้
เป้าหมาย80คะแนนครับเพราะว่ามีเสียบิกกี้อัดฉีดเยอะมาก
Yeah, if he got 80 points for today, he'll get pizza from his manager. Alrighty, that's a pro. How about any tips if your fans want to be as good as you มีทิปอะไรแบบที่อยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมถ้าเกิดว่าแฟนๆอยากจะเล่นเก่งกับเรา
ต้องฝึกระเบิดครับข้างในต้องเล่นระเบิดได้
Okay, snipers can play as a bomber also, guys, so keep on bombing. All right, last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the coach who will get you some pizza? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกโค้ชไหมที่จะซื้อพิซซ่าให้เราในวันนี้
อันนี้เอา100คะแนนครับ
He'll get 100 points. Okay, maybe 2 pizzas for today. Alrighty, thank you so much for the interview. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Dave, I'm bringing in 100 points. You better buy me 5 pizzas, okay? What's 2 pizzas? No,
Yeah.
2? I eat 1 whole pizza on my own. There's no way in hell 2 pizzas gonna be enough for that squad.
And that's even with the banana on top of it. That's just, hey, you heard it, famous words, that's the pro, man. That's how they do it. You need that extra bit of motivation, which is what I was hoping for. And if they're not part of the Booyah race, at the very least, the pizza is doing work.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the good reasons why we should have one of these LAN Grand Finals in Malaysia, because I don't know if Domino's kind of serves the same thing all over the world, but we've got something called the banana pizza here, right? So he gets to have a 2-in-1 if he comes to Malaysia.
The dessert pizza to kick off the Grand Finals, that'd be great. That would actually be great. Once again, congratulations as AG does find the first Booyah of today. And here's what I was trying to figure out, right? Again, I was trying to figure out whether or not we saw the Dimitri or the Alok, and it looks like it was the Alok here. Once he jumps down, and Saifa was making first contact to stop Heavy from actually controlling the bottom side of that compound as Du was sitting on top. Alok, he is buying so much time here. He's throwing that aura down, and if Du wants to get involved, at least it also drops that passive down, sorry, not passive, that active down, so that Du can get involved as well, and also have an aura active too.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we are clearly looking at Saifa focusing on the healing within his squad as the support player. Great plays coming through from him, and obviously as the support, if you're getting those numbers in terms of eliminations, that's great, right, for your squad. We've got Barros running that electrotherapy on the Cassie, and once again you see the similarity here, bringing that Olivia in. They run a triple Olivia. This is a team that is super focused on ensuring survivability on the battlefield, and the fact that they got to the final circle as well as the Booyah shows you that the tactic is working. What is not working for them is getting mass numbers in eliminations. I'm curious to see exactly what the setup is like on the side of Heavy, because that was a monumental game for them. Overall, 12 eliminations. It's not a bad game. It's just not bombastic. But if they continue with this, they keep getting more Booyahs and they keep getting in numbers like this, I'm not going to complain.
No, I'm not complaining at all, but it explains so much about why their playstyle, especially in those final rings, were like such. I wouldn't have expected AG to be this aggressive into going into the 2-for-2, because we knew that they were running the Cassie anyways, right? So why wasn't Hanoi the first person to make contact to try and stop the initial progression coming in from Heavy, which, again, all 3 categories of key players, Heavy, they were looking so poised to take the Booyah.
Okay, all right. First of all, it is not a twin action thingy here. I think we've got one of the photos mixed up, because it's Mufasa with the eliminations and Get Nice with the assist, PLS1 with the damage. But either way, all the highlights coming through from only one team, and that team is called Heavy. Wait, no, they look so similar, bro. I thought they were the same person.
Paternal twins.
They look like twins, but of course the highlight once again for Team AG Global for the Booyah, but as anticipated, Heavy will overtake them by 5 points, all thanks to the eliminations. EVOS Divine climbing up quite high, but look at RRQ. This is so rare for them to find the final circle but still drop all the way down to the 7th spot just because they weren't getting into enough scuffles.
They weren't able to steal enough eliminations away from their opponents. Their angles were very limited. To be fair, we did see Ma'al actually get an initial pick-off onto Du earlier on, just before we got into that second last ring. So I'm pretty surprised that EVOS Divine were the ones who actually overtakes them by a significant amount. But we're just seeing that all of our teams are being extremely aggressive, extremely eager to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you are eager to win in some solid games of Free Fire, what you want to do is pick up the best phone out there. The Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is that phone. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor that features an enhanced Vulkan engine as well as ray tracing technology. What this basically means is you get outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, as well as a smooth gaming experience.
Hey, let's not forget about the AI technology, because I've got questions, business ideas that I must verify with the Samsung Galaxy 25 Ultra. Like, how do I put "That's a Pro" on his shirt, and how do I make it sell? I love
80
that.
points. That's a pro.
That's a
Misa,
pro.
I don't know what to do, Misa. That killed me for sure. But of course, you gotta love it. I think Thailand's gonna be looking to sneak away a couple of more of these booyahs, but very clearly we see Vietnam is hot, right? Multiple teams, even PE Sports trying their best to get into that final circle, but obviously we can only have one winner, and unfortunate for both the competing teams for the challenge of the day. It just wasn't Vietnam or Indonesia.
I think, they're going to go back to the drawing board. Indonesia's got to look at each other and it's like, guys, one of us has to at least secure one booyah first, right? Let's do that before we go into Mortal Kombat once again, because our next map is going to be Purgatory, and we know how aggressive these teams like to be, especially EVOS Divine.
And of course, when we take a look at game number 2 here, we need to look at the top teams that will be competing, and some of them are not playing today. AG Global, Falcon, GOW. Buriram is not in the mix. So when we take a look at the top 3, AG, Falcon, GOW, this is a problem for many of the other teams. Who just won that booyah, my friend? AG might just wreck back-to-back.
Hey, they're looking for those 100 points, man. They're looking for that pizza at the end of the day, because all they've had is a banana thus far.
I guess banana, because monkey see, monkey do.
Well, there's actually a scientific reason for it, because it has potassium, which makes your brain think a little faster. It's a real thing.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I just have it for constipation, bro. But it's okay. We're going to be heading on into game number 2. Let's see exactly who reaches up to the top to grab the booyah this time round. The battle is still on between Indonesia and Vietnam to see who ends up this day with the most number of booyahs.
For those of you who are still sitting in the toilet feeling like you can't get it out, welcome to Purgatory, the place between life and death. And once again, these flight paths have not exactly been too great today.
Not too great, not too bad. It's all right. Just like a day where maybe you need a banana, maybe you don't need a banana. You can still, maybe a cup of coffee gets the job done. Speaking about getting the job done, WAG with a very early drop into Crossroads, and we should have a clear rotation path, at least for a long way around towards Brasilia, without being interrupted rudely by teams. Unless, of course, Reverse Red completes their looting a little early. I believe Reverse Red has got a similar situation where they've got a huge compound to play around with.
But they've got very clear rotation plans, right? They see nobody going over to Moat House. They can easily go into the traditional of playing on the outer skirts first, loot up, go into Moat House, and then head on over to Ski Lodge, depending on where the circle is going to set itself when it comes down to time. However, once again, Vamos getting, again, contested very early on here by the works, with PE Sports on the other side.
Let's see exactly who manages to walk away from this one in one piece. Whether 18 falls right here, right now. Vamos. Double vector in the hands of Jun. Needs to cut the distance down before he can use it. Lozzy has got the electrotherapy on work. I believe the AIM-44 in hand. LBT on the right-hand side. XM8 in hand. Lao up top. He's probably got a sniper. That's why he's taken a long distance away from the rest of his team members. Possibly a assault rifle as well. Lao has gotten the interaction with Jun, and now the distraction pulls the shot straight to him. Lao dropped. I don't think they discussed that before Lao took those shots.
I mean, it's an off angle, right? Initially, he wanted to look for at least taking down Jun, but Jun reacted too fast, Lolzy. Oh, very close, thank God. He's got the electrotherapy attached to him. He's going to take another shot as Lao has forced them back in. Alan, who's been scouting out what exactly has been going on here, he loves hearing out for these thirds.
Yep, WAG popping in, saying hello. Good day down on the ground. Alan finding Lao's head, and WAG not aiming to take out Vamos. It's to take out anybody that stands in their way, and at this point of time, it's two teams. AG Global doing a number onto GOW as well. Heavy meeting expand. Lots of battles all at the same time.
It's not going too well because even Heavy is finding eliminations of their own, and the full fighting force of WAG seeing two neutered teams is just a little too tantalizing. They need to catch up in terms of points to set themselves up for week number 4, as Jun's position is now slowly being compromised with full line of sight. Oh wait, Jun actually trying to go on and challenge him. Krillin more than happy to take him out and guesses exactly where he's going to be across the wall.
Man, got him down with an FGL. You gotta love it, baby. You can't even hide behind a wall these days.
He did it fast, man. Lolzy, next to fall almost instantaneously. More than half. Yeah, I'm not even gonna look him in the eyes before he takes him out.
You gotta hate the FGL, bro. He was Divine in a scuffle now, up against Core Memory. A decent 4v4, and look at that, you coming from afar. Getting those shots in, Coachil backing away. Foki has got the electrotherapy courtesy of Poon, moving forward with Jump. It's a 3v3 for the time being. Heavy a little bit too far away, but they're most definitely going to be rotating in towards it if these boys don't finish this battle soon.
Yeah, they got God back up as quickly as possible to get him into this fight because, again, CRM, they're fighting for 2 POIs here. The UAV has already revealed their positions. They're trying to keep them inside of this house, but this is exactly what CRM wants. However, looks like they're jumping out of it. They want to split themselves up. It looks like they're walking across an open angle, as from the north side, it looks like they want to kind of spread their influence. Poon now trying to corral the rest of EVOS Divine like cattle to force them into less play space.
I don't know if he understands the mechanics of the game. He ain't no dog, this ain't no sheep. He'll be outnumbered instantly. Man backs away, smart move coming on through. Ray with the Trogon gets the tags, backs away, but in danger territory now. Up against 3 players, Ray, Trogon finds the action, but it's a double team. And a beautiful step aside, but 1v3 just not gonna cut it. And the sheep shows them exactly who's got the fangs this time round. And now Core Memory making the Tigers turn away and potentially run from this battle, but I don't think Core Memory is waiting for them to run away. They are gonna give chase.
Especially after all the resources that have been dedicated to it, 2 revives as well. That has costed them a lot. Healing UAV going to be dropped down early. It looks like Rasha must fight them off. Coachil can try and back him up, but he's got no line of sight. Again, gets connected with the electrotherapy. They must work as a squad to get on out of here. Their revives probably has already left them towards that northern side, and hopefully they catch them off in time. We do know from the kill feed that GOW currently in engagement with AG, but oh man, Nukami has been such a pain. Finally, Coachil takes him out.
A beautiful turnaround by Coachil, finding the opportunity, going in for the instant shutdown, and just like that, this has been evened out between EVOS Divine and Core Memory. Shots from afar. Poon finding the connection with the Woodpecker, but not enough to put the guy on the ground just yet. Falcons, on the other hand, finding the connection with Team Expand. Kororo all alone, and that blue wall is going to keep him inside for a tad bit longer, but thankfully, no punishment coming on through. Heavy on the way in to possibly interfere as well. Falcons now with their attention split across 2 teams.
Oh no, Limit, his position is compromised, and now there's no safe path. They're going to drop the healing UAV as Limit gets gunned down by the head members of Heavy. Mufasa makes the connection, but Potato will bring Limit back. They've got to get out of here. They've already lost their anchor, and now if they don't rotate, they're going to get pinched by both Heavy and as well as Expand.
Heavy can see them on the rotation, and Heavy understands they're trying to run. Heavy says, you can try, bro, but I don't know if you'll get far. BLS1 with a shot from afar. Kororo down on the ground, and the car circles around. Those blue walls are about to come out, and it's a double team pushing on through here. Potato down on the ground. Kabi will find him, but Potato did manage to get a knock before getting taken down. Kabi with a mini Uzi. Mufasa joins them. M590. This is a game changer. Kororo from the back, but Kabi denies with the grenade launcher, and thank goodness that Revival came on through. Falcon still holding on through Limit.
Whew. Thank goodness. Limit manages to get out of that fight at the very least. Honestly, it was a lot closer than Heavy would have liked it. The trades were very, very thin margins. Now we do see that RRQ putting in the work towards PE Sports as they're rotating from Marbleworks. They've got the launcher already ready to go. Ooh, but they don't realize that LBT is taking shots from behind. They've got to do this quick and decide. As they jump forward, they quickly cover their backs as even Narrow now sees them in line of sight.
PE Sports did not take advantage of these guys using that launch pad, and now They've got their defensive positions. Lahore gets sprayed down to the ground. Absolute fantastic crossfire set up by RRQ to pick off these players on the side of PE Sports one by one. Lahore running across the battlefield, and RRQ not even interested in going in for the chase here. They know the damage has been done.
Man, he thought that nobody would notice that bakery sticking out from that piece of cover, even when he got down on all fours. Nothing more that he can do there. But RRQ, they're going to start hunting, trying to figure out what's going on with the current space, because Brasilia is heavily packed with Reverse Red and as well as WAG.
Oh my lord. This is a tense situation. WAG Reverse Red. WAG knows that if they step on out, this is going to put them in a little bit of a predicament. They want to get to the next circle. And Reverse Red about to move on away. WH, oh no, they're taking that high ground. They want to fight. WAG needs to take this now, because if they don't either push Reverse Red away or shut them down, they're not going to be able to get away far. And Falcons early elimination from this lobby.
An unfortunate scenario. Once they lose their anchors, that's when you see this team start to collapse, especially if they're going for those long-haul sieges. Now, the positions continuously being traded by Reverse Red and as well as WAG. I'm pretty sure that WAG also spotted out the members of Amos looking over the top on that hill towards the northwestern side, which is why they're slowly rotating towards the southwestern side to play on the very edge of these compounds. Potentially, if there's enough gunshots, there's probably going to be a call that the pinch might happen. But do they know about EVOS Divine, who's actually not too far away?
RRQ finding AG Global as well. And there's a question from the YouTube chat. Yo man, Shinchan asked, hey Casters, what do you think? Buriram struggling or just playing with other teams? Now, I don't know in which world did you find Buriram struggling, yo man, Shinchan? Because the last I checked the overall leaderboard, Buriram was 70 points ahead of RRQ, and they're not even playing today.
I mean, they probably missed out yesterday. Am I right? You know, they're just tuning in. They only got free time on one weekend. They've got a second job that they got to get to. Yeah, we're happy to answer your questions, and I'm more than happy to say that Buriram is in a much better position than they were the last time you saw them. But we see Heavy try. Oh, wait, hold on. Kabi is already down. Demon was able to snipe him off without one member here, and especially now that we're getting into that third ring, things are getting dangerous as PSLS1 gets taken down from Demon's AWM.
You just throw in those alphabets there, baby. PLS1. Can he please give us one more? But it looks like Get Nice and Mufasa are going to be trying to get to the vending machine so that they can bring the man right back in. Aim God, though. Woodpecker not finding the connection, but that's all fine and well for EVOS Divine as long as they know they've got the circle. But now up against potentially AG Global and WAG, EVOS Divine, they have got a very important defensive spot here. And they need to hope they can defend this well, because someone will come knocking on their door soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're now the next circle is already so very small. There's not a lot of compounds to actually play with, so it's actually good if you secure yourself a compound as soon as possible. And that's why WAG is leaning closer towards the edge of Brasilia, knowing that the rest of the teams are going to be coming from this direction. However, we now cut down towards the far western side of the river mouth. It's not exactly looking too great, because RRQ and PE, they're having open warfare, and Heavy gets eliminated.
Well, Heavy's out. Damage was done earlier on already, and they've got some decent points, but RRQ laying out those blue wall melters as they back away from this position. Lahore, a sliver of health, and he will not be able to launch himself to safety. And now the rest of the players on the side of PE Sports about to get tortured by RRQ as well. 18 Dia, M590, shot onto Narrow, tagged him up already, and 50% off their health is not going to allow him to sustain for much longer, but 18 Dia missing that one shot. But thankfully, RRQ, with the numbers advantage, will be able to wipe the floor with PE and get them out at 10.
Good shots here, good shots, and this is prime position for RRQ. They're going to use the binoculars and spot out exactly where AG Global are on the opposite side of the river. Now, they've completely wiped the left side of the map. They only have one means, which is either launching themselves across the river or walking down the bridge. And both options don't seem too great when AG is on the opposite end.
Now, this one is, once again, a sticky situation for Expand. Malaysia looking for the Booyah, but surviving some casualties earlier on, but look at that DCOS. Actually has got the grenade launcher, so expanding to just lay low for as long as possible and find some final circle action with that grenade launcher. It's definitely going to give them a lot, but look at this, man. So little real estate, but 9 teams left in here. Only 3 have been eliminated so far. So this is going to be a tough journey for Expand.
Yeah, and the next ring already reveals itself to be even further south, so all the compounds are basically null and void. They need to make a decision now, because unfortunately for Reverse Red and as well as Expand, they're going to need a diversion to happen so they can sneak their way past WAG. But even so, CRM looking for a position within the next ring. I mean, AG Global don't have to move at all, but EVOS Divine as well, now going to be the prime gatekeepers of all the northern side rotates.
Grenade. GL, sorry. And that finds nobody at the very corner of that house, so all is well for the side of Reverse Red. WAG, on the other hand, Krillin, grenade launcher in hand, takes that lower ground, but Reverse Red gonna launch themselves to safety and not be touched. Ah, it said safety! But they are getting shot out of the air, and so is AG Global out in 9th. Reverse Red should not sustain for long as well, as WAG takes those shots one after the other. Diamond responding. RRQ up against Vamos, spotting them up on the bridge, but finding no connections on them at all. 8 more teams left in here as we reach the 14th minute mark.
Right now, RRQ are in a lot of danger. They need that blue to close faster, as Reverse Red has already taken 2 casualties. They're trying to hold the top side, as WAG now trying to take over the same complex. Allen goes down, Krillin goes down. CRM are making sure everybody's receiving punishment on this top side.
And Krillin really low now. He's in a lot of trouble. He's the one with the grenade launcher in a similar situation as Expand as well. They need to survive long enough. And oh my goodness, the launch is going to put him outside the circle. Barely has enough life, and he will get eliminated. A little bit of a waste with the targeting of that launch pad. But as we move on with the action, Vamos finding a player from the side of RRQ. Oh, RRQ about to get toasted, but Expand exits the lobby first. Vamos drops RRQ. This is insanity.
Yep, RRQ gets eliminated. They wanted that blue to close, but Vamos wants the dodge spot as EVOS Divine are now hunting the last remaining members of Reverse Red. Exposi is down. More players still somewhere there. GOW now want to take CRM's positioning at this point. And CRM, they've made their way down towards the lower ground and committed a lot of resources to make this work. They have to come out of this as healthy as possible. They've got 5 eliminations, and as they're getting blasted on the opposite side, Reverse Red finally get eliminated. But Vamos have been hunting and have stolen away the eliminations from CRM, leaving us with our top 3.
Oh, beautifully done. And EVOS Divine might just be able to get that one booyah for his nation. But the question is, will they be allowed? Keep CRM moving straight in towards EVOS Divine. And this leaves Vamos on the opposite side to pinch in on the players on the side of EVOS. CRM jump down on the ground. Aim got beautiful shot, but he gets dropped as well. Pokey with the double for his squad. EVOS Divine with the pickup, but Coach Shield will not be able to hang on. And Vamos brings us to the uncles. And 2 games in a row, the teams that are involved with a live broadcast challenge have not been able to pull a booyah.
Yeah, we're still at the starting line when it comes down to the booyah race here, but congratulations to Vamos here. They found the God spot, they fought for the God spot, and now they win through the God spot. Everything that could have gone right for Vamos went exactly to plan. I'm curious to see how many eliminations, because again, they took out RRQ. They have to take out GOW and stole a lot of the eliminations, and the final 2 squads were at full fighting force, which is CRM on top of EVOS Divine. That's a lot of potential eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. And, you know, I think this booyah was taken so well by Team Vamos. Massive number of eliminations. No chicken banana game. It was just all-out brawl, all-out action, and all-out supremacy in a good game of Free Fire led by Axel. This was a great drive by the team. You know, Gade initially made a lot of noise for the squad as he was acquired from Indonesia, but the team overall has not been doing great in the league, right? They haven't been having the best of runs in the knockout stage, but they're currently in the top 12 and they're not too far away from the top 8 spots. So it's insane, but we could actually see Malaysia in Clash Squad, and that is exciting.
Yeah, no, that's extremely exciting. And I think that at this point, how did Vamos come to that decision at the very end there? Because we saw that a lot of the teams that were coming from that northern side were getting heavily punished the more that they leaned towards like the east compound, the edges of Brasilia, and they're taking a huge risk playing on the outer circle from high ground into low. Had AG Global started to get involved and not lost that fight against RRQ, or maybe if RRQ just took the bridge, they would have made first contact with Vamos, and then I think the results could have been in anybody's hands.
Yeah, absolutely right. But the biggest difference maker here was whenever Vamos was getting into a little bit of a scuffle, instead of running away from it, they just got the job done, or they hunkered down until the chaos got to their opponents, and that worked out for them perfectly. They had not gotten like crazy big eliminations on the battlefield, but just enough to really climb up this ladder, not just for today, but the overall grand scheme of things, once again, to find the top 8, to qualify for Clash Squad, to also fight for some extra pocket money in the prize pool that we've got awaiting all of these teams at Clash Squad. To see a Malaysian squad there, I think is very exciting. I wish they could have done a little bit better than this in the competition so far, but, you know, where they are right now is quite good as well.
I mean, if they're able to get, like, I don't know, 2 more booyahs of that day, I think week 4 is going to get really, really exciting at that point, because now we'll have more teams actually from the lower half actually make it towards the middle of the pack, which could put them into contention for phase 2, and if they happen to have a hot day, who knows?
Yeah, so they'll definitely be in contention for the second phase. It's just that exactly how they do on that one day, right? Because the format is just so insane today, where each and every single day in phase 2, you just have to end up in that #1 spot. Only the team in that #1 spot will proceed to the grand final straight up. And if you still fail, you do have one final chance, and that is the final week, right? Where you've got 18 games to once again prove yourself in, as opposed to the 6-game sprint that surprisingly we've seen many teams land on in the past as well. I mean, Reverse Red, from not doing great in the competition to backing multiple booyahs in a day, you know, those things are very, very much possible, Gideon.
Yeah, very possible indeed. That's why it's exciting to see all these teams and how the chain of events that they have to capitalize on for an ever-changing game. With that being said, though, let's have an interview with Vamos live at the studio in Malaysia. Say hello to President Kota Tua.
Perlihatkan bagaimana pasukan Vamos berjaya mampu untuk mendapatkan booyah, dan sekarang ini saya bersama dengan Gede. Apa khabar Gede? Sihat Gede?
Sihat.
So how are you? Sihat, okay? So so what is your feeling right now after Vamos already get 3 booyah in knockout stage? Apa perasaan Gede sekarang ini kerana dah berjaya bawa pasukan Vamos mendapatkan 3 kali booyah sepanjang peringkat knockout stage ni?
Ya, perasaannya sih biasa aja sih sebenarnya.
Biasa aja.
Ya, yang penting kita lakuin yang terbaik aja buat kedepannya.
So today hari ini Gede tahu kan pasukan Vamos harus dapatkan at least top 8 untuk ke CS dan juga misi untuk kekal dalam top 12. So apa target hari ini untuk pasukan Vamos? So in English dulu. Okay, so Gede, so pasukan Vamos today is crucial day. So you guys need to get top 8 or top 12 to maintain a slot for grand final atau CS mode. So what is your planning or target for today games?
Ya, kalau target sih nggak ada sih, kita yang penting main aja dulu sih, ngelakuin yang terbaik aja dulu. Gak usah mikirin ke depannya harus gimana-gimana, ya udah yang hari ini aja. Ya,
oke, yang ini hari ini aja. Oke, so jadinya Vamos already get 3 booyah kan? Dah memang dapat 3 booyah. So any words to say to the fans Vamos? Ada tak apa nak cakap dengan fan Vamos?
Ya, buat fans Vamos tetap dukung kita aja. Ya udah, terima kasih.
Alright, so tetap dukung Vamos, tetap percayakan Vamos walaupun tadi game pertama tadi ada sedikit masalah kan. So so okay. So kita dah habis. Okay, we are finished here. So let's get back to the caster.
There you have
MVP.
Woof. MVP of this game, Gede. I mean, there you have it, the president of Kotua himself. Gede comes out big time with the MVP. Sorry for cutting you off there, Mustachio, because again, what we heard from this interview, he's living in the present, man. It's not thinking about the future. It's just taking a game at a time and just focus on doing their best.
And coincidentally, that's exactly what we were talking about during that match, right? Not thinking about what happened in the past, not thinking about what's going to happen in the future, just focusing on the present and doing good work within each and every single match, each and every single moment, making the right decision. And Vamos has been pretty decent at getting that done, right? And of course, Gade was also asked how he feels about Vamos' 3 booyahs, and Gade respectively said, absolutely nothing. I'm not proud of it. I mean, yeah, we went out there, we picked up those booyahs, but it's absolutely nothing. We just need to look for more, and you know, we've got a few more games upcoming as well. So this is the kind of spirit that you want to be stepping on into these battles. You can't be getting super excited for small wins like these. Vamos is looking for the bigger one, and I think they're not too far away from it at all. We'll still need to look at the overall leaderboard in a little bit to determine how much that effort has brought them.
Yep, I mean, based on the loadouts, we're seeing that a lot more teams are bringing the A124 here. They're kind of tired of having to deal with like multiple layers from multiple different teams. Just shut it all off at once and then have some honest gunfights. And I think that's working out for Vamos at the very least. Whenever they need to take a hard engagement against another side, don't have to deal with you know, nades coming out of nowhere, riptide rhythms. Just launch your abilities first, call for the silence, and then run on in, which is working great for Vamos.
Yeah, look at the numbers here. Not too crazy, but just enough to bring out some dominance. But when we look at the key players, it is the Indonesian import for Vamos, the one and only Gade. 4 eliminations, 5 knockdowns. Has to be proud with that performance. Yanbin getting the spotlight here as well for GOW, who actually did a lot before getting eliminated. Unfortunately, GOW's Yanbin 2,441 on the damage.
I mean, GOW was also in contention for maybe taking this game away to actually secure that God spot. Unfortunately, weren't able to, especially when CRM decided to actually start an active full squad fight just before they were about to make that move. But that being said, in terms of our game standings, 24 points, not bad. 12 eliminations on top of 12 placement points for Vamos, but EVOS has been catching up and getting so very close to the Booyah, but man, they keep getting initiated upon.
I mean, this is insane. I mean, the teams that did decently well in the previous game kind of crashed out this time around. GOW did average in the previous game, a little bit slightly better than average this game. Therefore, they are going to climb up on the leaderboard. I want to see this today's standings board here. Heavy up top. No Booyahs, 36 points, but majority of those points once again came from game 1. This time they got eliminated early. And if you look at teams like WAG Global, right, they got a massive Booyah earlier on. You were thinking that maybe they're going to climb up a little bit more. Unfortunately, early elimination this time around as well. This is a rough lobby, Gideon.
This has been quite the rough lobby. And honestly, I'm happy to see that Heavy is back in this type of position where they're trying to get as many eliminations as they can. My question is whether or not they're going to run out of gas, because we've seen time and time again, first 3 maps they do okay, but later down the line is where they start to struggle throughout the match. Now, the overall standings are looking pretty nice.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Vamos. This is my biggest concern. How far away are they from Clash Squad? Just 11 points. How crazy is that? All Vamos needs to do is they need to make sure they compete, number 1, with Reverse Red, get more points than them. Make sure GOW does not beat them today, and they are going to be all Gucci. If they can perform even better than WAG, that will guarantee them a spot at Clash Squad. And for Malaysia to earn that spot, this is huge.
No, I totally agree. That would be quite the statement, some may say.
Yeah.
But again, I'm still keeping an eye out for some of the teams who are looking to make it into that 12th spot. One of which being AG Global themselves. Yes, they haven't done too great, but if they have a big game, I think that's going to pose a lot of questions. And ideally, it happens sooner within the day rather than later.
Yeah, most definitely, right? And once again, because we do have the second phase, things are going to be quite crazy. I'm looking forward to that. But for now, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, more action from Free Fire.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have?
Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season, powered by Red Bull. We welcome them as the official energy drink partner for both the Spring and Fall FFWS SEA 2025 seasons. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Gideon Q. We are your casters for the day. And today has not been the day of Vietnam or Indonesia just yet, because Malaysia out of nowhere, and as usual, Thailand making a lot of noise.
They're getting so close there. I mean, based off of the past two matches that we've seen so far, EVOS Divine has been by far the closest to actually securing the Booyah, but unfortunately keep falling short. And I feel like we gotta listen to that hashtag. They're getting a little taste of more. They want it badly, and if they don't have enough energy, they've got a Red Bull to keep them company. Hopefully, that's gonna be enough fuel to get them over that edge.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, if they can't push themselves over the edge through a couple of cans of Red Bull just yet, maybe what they want to be looking for is dropping and keeping their heads down low. We've seen this work out for a couple of squads already. Don't get into any engagements whatsoever. Try to avoid it as much as possible. Focus on the looting game first and get enough coins so you can buy those launch pads to get out of a sticky situation. We've seen that strategy a couple of times already. Yes, you don't get massive number of eliminations as you pull away a potential Booyah for yourself, but you get your butt into that final circle. That's one of the most important things in a game of survival for Battle Royale, but not many teams have been able to perfect this just yet, Gideon.
Based on what we've been seeing, the rest of the lobby actually like the early engagements. I'm guessing it's probably because of the flight path that we're seeing, you know, Heavy get involved so very early, CRM as well, which is a little strange because CRM isn't known to be like an early aggressive team. They like to play for those final circles and they like to kind of hunker down, but it seems like they've adjusted their strategy on both ends of the early as well as the last stages of the game.
Yeah, I think it's very understandable that these teams are now desperate, right? Of course, your top flight teams, those teams that are very much comfortably in the top 12, top 8, are not going to be super hustling today. RRQ, I don't think they're going to go all out to grab a couple of booyahs for themselves. If anything, they're just flexing. Today is just a warm-up day for them. They're already qualified for both, the second phase in the top 12 as well as the top 8 for Clash Squad. So, yeah, this is a day off for them. But teams like Core Memory, they're not even in the top 12 just yet. And top 8 is surprisingly not too far away, right? You just need to hustle. You just need to bring in the consistency. So it's very possible. They're pushing themselves. It's very doable. They just need to find the secret sauce. And, just get one good game like Heavy, but don't drop the ball the very next game.
Yeah, no, they have to maintain that stamina, right? Again, every single time that we come into one of these days, these 6 maps is a lot of variance with the number of points that you could potentially get here. Consistency has been something that RRQ has been working up towards. I think this is one of the fewer performances that we see them not getting as many points as we usually expect, but in terms of position, it's still completely fine, right? So they're still following their game plan to a T. Yes, they aren't worried, but I thought they'd be maybe a little bit more invigorated after like yesterday's challenge, that today they're like, okay, we have to at least get one booyah to put us on the board.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's take a look at some of these players here and see exactly what their moods are like. And as usual, Vietnam, all smiles, not too stressed at all. You gotta love it. And this is one of the biggest reasons why Vietnam has been performing so well recently. It looks like they have found a way to take the edge off of themselves and just go in and have a good time.
I mean, I'm looking at a couple of faces who aren't too happy or are deep in thought, and Deanne being one of them. Because GOW in that last map, getting griefed by CRM, which especially when they could have contested for the god spot of the map, he's probably thinking like, how do we avoid these types of situations? Did we need to take the initiative against RRQ first before anything? Or should we have just, pushed CRM out of our direction first?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are awaiting to see exactly which one between the two nations walks away the champion today. I mean, we've had these broadcast challenges all throughout the knockout stage so far, and each and every single one of them have been hilarious. Yesterday, we saw the biggest performance come out of Buriram, and the only reason why that was because there was no way in hell Jonah was gonna do the chicken banana dance after losing to RRQ. He will not let himself die with such a record on his plate. He just went all out. In fact, he was the super MVP of the day because of what he did for Buriram, because the captain was just not having it.
No, he would not let his ego be ruined just like that, especially with the image. I can't imagine it. Honestly, I literally cannot imagine him doing the chicken banana dance there. Either way, though, both of these, all the squads and all the regions, I'm not 100% sure on what the punishment this time around is going to be. Hopefully it's enough to start getting these Vietnamese squads a little more fired up. Because again, the odds are in their favor for the booyah race, right? It's 4 teams to 2 based on the groups.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There is a possibility here that Malaysia continues to bring us to the uncles, because Team Vamos is on a tear. I mean, looking at the performance that they just pulled out, I think they are capable of so much more. And on top of everything else, they've got not just firepower on their squad. They've not just got a great import from Indonesia on their squad. They've actually got a lot of seniority on this team, right? A majority of their players used to be from Expand, and Expand is the best team, or Expand used to be the best team in Malaysia. Now their roster is filled with many new players that they are currently training. So Vamos is definitely qualified to find a few dominating games, but they haven't been fully serious. They haven't been fully focused. They have been kind of facing some chemistry problems. Fingers crossed today is that day they pull all of that together and make Malaysia really proud.
Well, they've got 4 more maps to do exactly that. If they're able to make 2 in a row, that'd already be a huge day for Malaysia, just in general, right? Because our next map is going to Alpine. And you already mentioned the seniority as these players previously played in Expand, the de facto best team of their time. And Alpine was one of the few maps that, again, they had a lot of success on.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, AG Global with the first booyah, Vamos with the second, but who takes the third one, we'll have to wait and see, because when we look at the top contenders of map number 3, we gotta focus on RRQ, Team Falcons, and WAG. when it is groups B and C that is concerned. And dude, you were kind of banking on RRQ finding those big numbers today. RRQ haven't really showed up strong. Maybe this is where they turn things around.
Got to get back into familiar territory, right? They are currently second place in terms of the overall when it comes down to the stats of Alpine. No surprises, but now that they don't have to worry about Buriram, this should be coming into the bag pretty easily, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if EVOS wants to go 8 on everyone just yet and fight for the #1 spot because it's inconsequential. But of course, that being said, they could do it just for fun. Let's hop on into game number 3 and see exactly which nation grabs the booyah for themselves.
Now, making our way to the highest heights. Be careful, boys and girls. Better bring your winter jackets because these fights are going to be cold. Some may say below 0 degrees. Welcome to Alpine. Let's see the flight path. And finally, we get a nice neutral one.
A neutral one, but I'm still expecting a lot of early engagement since these teams are just desperate for some points out there. RRQ versus Reverse Red could be a possibility if Reverse Red does not move on straight out towards railroads. But thankfully, these boys do have some cover. They have to be really careful here with the way RRQ is taking this drop. AG Global will face a little bit of pressure later on from WAG, who might not be rotating away from Brasilia very early on. So these are going to be the first few teams that we're going to keep an eye on. And of course, PE Sports, who just hopped off of that flight.
WAG currently by Rivermouth as of right now. Honestly, I am curious to see whether the performance of the Falcons are going to get any better here at Alpine, right? Because that's two maps in a row where we don't see them gain as many points as we would like to. And honestly, a very surprising early bow out in map number 2.
Yeah, and Expand versus PE Sports. Speaking of Expand, earlier on, a new squad for sure under the brand that they are training. And Expand has shown that they are capable of taking boys, turning them to men, turning them into champions. The question is, do they have the capability to take on a veteran squad in the name of PE Sports, who've been there, done that, even flew out to Riyadh to play some good games of Fire last year. Lahore up top, AC-80 in hand. Decost in a lot of trouble, but he's got the same gun. And Lahore's head should be a little bit easier to find from the bottom.
I'm pretty sure the audio cues have already kind of given him away. First blood achieved by CRM very early on, but so far, Snowfall. This, again, PE Sports, we've seen 3 maps in a row on first drop, immediately contested every single time here. And I think that expand. Oh, Decost, he's already down. LBT was able to find him and secure the eliminations. Having control over the bottom foundation of the building is great and all, but now their backs are exposed. They have to play on the outer side. You see.
Oi!
Oh.
MP40. They caught up with him, but thankfully the skill does not find the connection. Oh my god, Heavy! Hopping on into this battle potentially as well. Just on the borders of Snowfall. EVOS Divine not too far away. PE Sports and Expand making a lot of noise here. Grenade being cooked up by the side of PE. Don't Cry at the very corner of the wall. MP40, Rian sprayed down by a 1v2 LBT on the Mag 7 finds the shot.
And the last remaining members who are being revived because he's going to quickly fly on out of there because PE, unless they clean this up fast. Oh, wait, Don't Cry goes down. Ball's able to buy some time with P95. Oh, secures it at the very least before he hits the floor. Decos now going to be making his way to Militia to escape the chaos that's about to happen by Snowfall. We saw Heavy. We also saw EVOS Divine. But it looks like they're going to make first contact here as Get Nice is taking pot shots at Ray.
Oh my. Vamos interfering as well. But Heavy's just not having a good start here. A heavy fight for them very early on in the lobby as they lose multiple players. And they're currently on the #1 spot at the very top. So this is not good for business. Vietnam needs to find that recovery as Pliels1 grabs Kabi back in. Aim God being picked up by Coach Shield. But here comes the shutdown and the sprays from Lahore. LBT just knocked away and Aim God will put him on the ground. And it was that drive-by that got EVOS Divine that upper hand.
Oh, talk about a drive-by. PE Sports, so unfortunate here. Winning their first engagement, but getting thirded so hard by EVOS. And Heavy, they let this happen, right? They're trying to steal away as many of these eliminations as possible without having to fully commit. But now we see that WAG slowly creeping up towards the south side of Snowfall. Sorry, the south western side of Snowfall, and as they slowly climb higher and higher into this mountain here, they should technically find the members. Yeah, Mufasa does get a couple of shots being put into him by the members of WAG on the southern side, forcing them higher to the north of the mountain.
North, east, west. The last time I looked at a compass, I got lost in the jungle, bro. So, nope. Not going to the jungle anymore. Not trying to use the compass anymore. Heavy out of that. The shots though, PLS1 got away far enough to make sure WAG can't find the Punisher. But now on the lower ground, it is EVOS Divine running straight at the players of WAG potentially here. As Krillin spots them with the AC-80, has got the range on the gun. Question is, does he have the backup on him just yet? As he drops the glue wall, Russia trying to find the connections. But this is going to be a full-on bloodbath.
Oh yeah, it's not looking good because EVOS Divine taking very aggressive angles here, knowing that there's not a lot of natural cover. Ice grenades being traded back and forth, 2 for 1 so far, as the rest of the nades are getting lobbed out fast. Chrono gonna get deployed as early as possible to cover the left flank here. Tsuya Dash is trying to quickly find the outflank. Healing UAV is gonna be dropped as well as Export Final Conceal. First blood on this squad as they continue to play on towards that height. Rash does find Cyrus, but quickly Rasha is able to secure the rest. WAG are able to find the revives, but they're on their last remaining members here as Rasha finally hits the floor, and now the rest of the members of EVOS Divine needs to close this out. Riptide Rhythm coming in from Krillin on the opposite end to allow Export to try and get those shots. It's too late. They've wiped that squad at the very least, but Snowfall is not done just yet. Alan getting back in here. And surprisingly enough, he knows that only Ray is the only one standing. It's an awkward 1v1, but now it's turning into a 2v1 as Kochi and Russia are dropping right back on the spot. Alan finds one. Can he secure the Ilim? No, he cannot. He hits the floor.
Very interesting. WAG dropping right back in there for the fight. But just a tad bit slow on the revival, and that puts them at the back foot. But of course, An's got to try if he wants those points. GOW now finding the back of core memory, taking the spot shots, but that's just going to tickle them as they fly away. Vietnamese squad does not find the drop onto the players of core memory, but as I said, that demon making sure New Kami does not get that launch pad and take it out of there. A Malaysian squad right behind GOW as well, so this has to be a instant rotation for them. They can't spend too much of time outside the circle.
Yeah, they can't waste that much time. Heavy should be coming into contact with the members of Expand. It doesn't look like they're fully looted up yet. Level 3 armors, okay. Level 1 helmet, level 3 helmet, and level 3 armor from DCOS. He's got the launcher ready to try to slow them down. And now, instant pick onto Get Nice. That's what they want to see here. They're forcing the Heavy members to back up.
Oh yeah, now it's Expand going up against Heavy. These are the underdogs fighting for those points. Can we see a little bit of fire here? DCOS with the Uzi turns around at the wrong time, but Drian from afar does help out his team member by dropping Mufasa. Drian with the pickup. Bro, pick him up. For the elimination.
That's not my job, sir. I'm a rusher. Let me secure the elims.
5 eliminations already. Expand on a full-on revival spree and still able to hop back in here. I think I've got a good feeling we're going to see the uncles again.
We might just see them. So far, CRM, they were previously chased away by GOW, and I'm pretty sure that GOW has a bit of a vendetta after getting griefed in match number 2. Now, we cut back over because Expand, the troubles aren't done just yet. Their backs are getting chased here by 18 Deer from the side of RRQ. And they're more than happy because they saw the initial kill feed. They see the heavy glue walls, so they can expect the last remaining members of Expand to get shot.
Great line of sight obtained by RRQ. Seeing that opportunity, just moving on forth to play a little bit of pressure, trying to get lucky with at least 1 point off of the squad. But understanding there's just no use trying to push for a couple of extra points and put yourself in an unfortunate situation. They double back down to play the looting game instead. X-Ball finds Gade out in the open all alone, looting up on his own.
Interesting. What is the current status of Vamos right now? If Gade is all the way over there, right? The rest of WAG, they've come back to full fighting force. Yes, they're a little spread out right now. And CRM on the backs of Alan, unfortunately. Even so, he probably was revived later down the line because he was trying to go for that full squad wipe against EVOS Divine the last time they met.
RRQ into Reverse Red. Reverse Red sees them falling out in the open, but good glue wall dropped here. And they get a double glue wall for protection. Reverse Red does not find the connection. Off shots. Great maneuver by RRQ.
Interesting. Okay, so they're right on the outskirts of Fusion. Reverse Red, we didn't see them, again, try to stop them. I guess they weren't expecting it, but at the same time, does this change their decision? Do they want to continue to play by Fusion's side or move closer towards Forest Red while they still have a lot of the compounds actually occupied and under their control?
This is just a game of wait and see now, as this map has always provided us with a lot of space, which also promises a little bit of crazy chaos later when Real Estate gets taken away. All of a sudden, Reverse Red now. Potential skirmish, just like Team Falcons up against EVOS Divine. Rasya spotting out Karoro. That's just his back. Not going to get the drop on his foot. This is the opportunity, but it's all right. They've got that information still to play.
Don't want to make any rash moves here. EVOS Divine also understand their current predicament. There is not a lot of natural cover to work with if they want to start rotating in. If Falcons don't spot them up, that's actually perfect for them, right? If Falcons end up having to move from that compound, that's a free rotate into this next ring for EVOS Divine. So it's better to not pull attention to yourself, especially if there's no guarantee of making it into the ring.
Very, very, very smart play by Rasya. That's trigger discipline right there. Could have taken the shot a couple of times, and this kid definitely has those quick fingers to put limit on the ground, but he knows that none of his team members can go in for the follow-up, and it's just going to be an easy pickup. Rasya identifies that he does not have enough backup there out of the open. Baros, on the other hand, has got the LMG. Goes in for the wild spray to take down those blue walls. Nobody's home for the time being as Expand quickly backs away. The LMG is not bringing in enough damage to put enough pressure on Team Expand.
But so Expand had to use a lot of resources. EVOS Divine, it looks like now they're going for an all-in battle. They want to go for the bottom side, but Falcons have a very good spread over this little town here. The outskirts now getting bombarded by blue wall melters as well as ice nades. Rasya takes the top side of where Limit is. They know exactly all the positions of Falcons, but they need to win out these individual fights here, right? Trying to take on one of the members. Take his time. Limit gets headshot here. That's a pick that they were looking for. And now it's about buying time, regrouping, and outflanking their opponents here. Potato is able to find Ray instantaneously and also secure the eliminations. Riptide Rhythm was launched, but now with the rest of On Fire and his squad, they have to move away. The next ring has already been predetermined. As the blue closes in, they want to make sure they are just playing around the compounds at the edge of this town.
The fight continues. Circle about to leave them high and dry. Both teams playing this too late. A Potato out in the open, and Shield gets him low enough to get the drop. On Fire now turns his back. Bad idea, but good blue wall to keep AimGod away. AimGod does not get to circle on around quick enough. Spots out On Fire, healing himself. One more shot needed, and AimGod does the double. And EVOS Divine, 13 eliminations strong, makes easy work of Falcons, but the squad still survives through 2 players.
You were right. Rasha's got those quick fingers. 3 headshots in that fight, and Same gets gunned down in the open. And this is so dangerous because right now, unless they rotate early, they're going to get punished very, very hard. They're able to get Saming back up on his feet because Vamos is taking pot shots from the from their right side. GOW's right behind them. And honestly, this final ring is not looking good at all.
Not at all, my friend. 11 teams still alive. I don't even know how this is possible. RRQ, good nade here. They get a point off of EVOS Divine. So your brothers from Indonesia, just a little bit tortured now. Team Vamos beside RRQ and Reverse Red. EVOS Divine does not get to survive much longer after being pelted by bullets from all of the squads all around the battlefield. AG Global with the final nail in the coffin. Core Memory finding GOW. Deanne with the turnaround. New coming down on the ground, and Expand eliminated in the meantime. You're missing out all of this action only because there's just way too many teams here.
Falcon, their last member, finally bowing out. Floki has to hold out against GOW for as long as possible, but really it's not looking great, because even if GOW end up securing this elimination, it's not going to mean much because they won't be able to get out. Ton, unfortunately, turns his back, and Floki is able to get a couple of shots into him. He's got no medkits left. All damage is permanent from this point onwards, unless he can take Ton down. One elimination could be the difference maker here. Floki ends up going down. Ton, no heals, unable to find any on his victim. But we see that Dudes gets a good nade on towards Vamos' side. Everybody looking towards Vamos, trying to get them while they are down, and GOW ends up falling instead.
How unfortunate. Tan actually had the Horizon line on him, but outside the circle, the damage is too much, and the players kind of chipping in at him as well with those shots. Running down low enough. GOW just couldn't get into this next circle. Look at this, man, just like that. From 11 now down to 5, 6 teams back to back eliminated, and the uncles will not be seen. Not this time at least. Reverse Red right behind RRQ. Heavy making their way in as well, but not as a full squad. This puts RRQ in a terrible spot.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. They have to eliminate these teams fast, but they've already found a pick onto Saming. He gets back up. Rosie taking a huge shot there, but Sypha is taking so many shots at Red. They aren't the only ones trying to hold this line, as AG currently holding the God spot, as well as having full fighting force. They're going to take that high ground, and now starting looking over the compound. Whoever's on the outside is going to get shot at. Ice nades to slow down. Even Mufasa trying to survive as long as possible. They're trying to deny RRQ from having full fighting force into this ring. Abe, he's still alive. Thank goodness. Playing as Heavy finally gets eliminated by 18 Deer. They gotta jump out as Diamond, Nameless, and Exposy will control this right side on the top of the map. WAG looking for as many angles as possible and realize that only AG Global are the ones in the God spot. They have to engage. Just two fronts, we see war.
This is where the grenade launchers will come in handy. 18 Deer though. Oh, Nameless. Beautiful drop onto Mahal. AG Global chipping in as well to this fight. Reverse Red are able to overwhelm them, but Abe holding on, has got the charge buster, glue wall there to protect him for the time being, but Diamond fights his back, and Reverse Red able to outplay RRQ. Dude's nowhere close enough, tosses out those glue wall melters to get to his buddy, at least to shut down Diamond, and he gets the help from AJ Global, and Dew with the final nail in the coffin, Barros with the shutdown, and AG Global with a fantastic booyah.
Oh, they got so lucky on the next ring pull. It was right at the edge for them. They had the high ground already, and they were just shooting the fish out of the barrel. So many free eliminations stolen away by AG.
I will not mind if get to the end of the day and we see neither Indonesia nor Vietnam pick up a booyah, because it looks like AG Global wants them all. And what a fantastic second booyah of the day for AG. Now, we were talking about how AG was not even in the top 12. AG today is on a big mission. They are on a mission to find the top 12 first of all. Second mission is to make it into the top 8 and find a qualifier to Clash Squad. And I sure as hell will be disappointed if I don't see Dew sniping in Clash Squad.
Goodness gracious me. Honestly, looking at the kill feed, not as many headshots as I was expecting coming in from AG's Dew, but they were picking off the correct members, right? They were finding all the stragglers of teams getting free points by not only knocking out Heavy, but making sure that, you know, teams like Vamos as well taking punishment. I thought that maybe their position might be ruined by WAG, but even then, that full 4v4 on the bottom side of that last ring worked out in WAG's favor. We've seen their lineup before. Sustain hard. If you hit us hard, that's totally fine. We can take a lot of punches.
Yeah, I mean, they were taking punches left, right, and center. RRQ was giving a few of those punches. They didn't expect AG Global to get involved as well, right? Because when you're looking at the opponents right in front of you, you're laying out those glue walls just to protect the front, to recover, and then AG not even involved in this fight. Long-range combat, just uses those snipers and marksman rifles to take them out of the equation and then punish RRQ as well. AG took great advantage of the situation, which is why a little bit of luck is always sprinkled into this battle royales, right? You gotta have that RNG in there in terms of what guns you pick up and where that circle is about to move to. And that one, you can try to play your prediction, but you're not always gonna be right about it. But this time, AG Global has not gotten it right once, but twice. And if they can be that consistent, this is no just pure luck. They are creating, right? They're generating this luck for them. And I love to see this for AG. From nowhere to somewhere, this is very exciting.
I'm not gonna lie, AG, in terms of their prediction of where that final circle rate has been, is leaning more to the 60% side of things, which is, again, pretty shocking considering how, RNG this game can be. Having that slight advantage makes all the difference in these types of matches. I mean, I'm curious to see what the questions are going to be for this upcoming interview, because we already got That's Our Pro. I want to see what else we can put on the t-shirts to sell.
It's time for Misa again, guys. Misa's gonna be back. I really don't know which one of the interviews I enjoy the most, because now I'm even starting to fall in love with the uncle interviews from Malaysia. We're gonna bring the cameras over to Thailand once again with AG Global and Misa.
Welcome back to the interview session, guys. Congratulations for the second booyah of today. And now I'm here with... Okay, Saifa. First of all, a lot of fans are cheering for you guys right now for AG to be top 8. Do you think you can do it today? แฟนกำลังแบบเชียร์แบบใจขาดดิ้นเลยให้เราได้ท็อป 8 ในวันนี้เราคิดว่าเราจะทำได้ปะ
ก็คิดว่าทำได้ครับ
He thinks he will definitely do it, guys. Okay. How about signature pose? Do you have a signature pose that you want to show to the fans? มีแบบท่าประจำที่อยากโชว์ให้แฟนๆดูปะสักนิดเซิร์ฟthumbs up. Okay. How about what I interviewed Du just now? He said that he's going to get 100 points for today. Do you think you can do it and get the pizza afterwards? เราคิดว่าเราจะทำได้100 แต้มแบบที่ดิวบอกไหมแล้วก็ได้นั่งกินพิซซ่าด้วยกัน
ก็คิดว่าทำได้แน่นอนเพราะ2 บูยา
ความมั่นใจเนาะความมั่นใจ He can do it for sure, guys. This is the second booyah after all. Alrighty, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who are absolutely cheering for you right now? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่แบบเชียร์ตูดไม่ติดเก้าอี้กันไหม
ก็ขอบคุณที่เชียร์จีมาตลอดครับ
โอเคมีอะไรอีกไหมอยากเสริมอะไรอีกไหมโอเคไม่เป็นไรครับ Alrighty, guys. Thank you for supporting him and cheering this team. Of course, they'll do their best. Alrighty, thank you for the interview section. Now let's get back to the shoutcasters. Bye.
Thanks, Misa. Now, we got the quote for the t-shirt. We've also got the imagery for the t-shirt as well. It's all coming together. These are all selling points that AG Global. If they don't take advantage of this, they're going to be selling off like hotcakes.
We will see if or not that is going to happen. First of all, the t-shirt with the tagline, that's what I'm looking for, man. I'll be customer number 1. Of course, Reverse Red, they started off hot and they found Vamos, but they couldn't really eliminate them from the equation. Vamos went on to survive for quite a while. In fact, quite a number of these teams survived for quite a while, right? 11 teams surviving all the way up until what, the 10th, 12th minute? And that was just pure insanity.
Every one of these teams were looking for a place to play, but unfortunately, the ring was not kind at all, forcing it out in the open field of Alpine. Just so many teams left to get shot at for free, right? With the way that we've been seeing these games actually progress, we're seeing that these early engagements are working out. And AG Global, not part of that equation. They're waiting for that end zone. They're waiting for that end ring to fully abuse a lock. And 7 eliminations, Saifa was hot. So hot on Alpine.
Again, it was all about the healing plays coming through from that Alok. It is all about that Olivia and the increased healing effects, as well as the spread for the team members who are within a 15-meter radius, which is massive in a Free Fire lobby. And the way AG Global plays their grouping so tight, you know for a fact that it's going to bleed over. That just increases their survivability. They've been able to prove this twice now out of the past 3 games that we have played. Interesting stuff. And once again, it is going to be the exact same lineup of active and passive skills.
Yep, they haven't changed it up at all. And I think that teams need, again, we've seen a lot of teams try even incorporating the Kairos, the Alvaro to try and start snowballing out of control when they do get to those end game rings to find early picks. But I think that AG has been making it so difficult that the only way that they're going to have to take them out is full squads and stopping them from even making that prediction in the first place, right? You got to catch them on ring 3 or even ring 4.
And I know for a fact AG Global is purposely nerfing themselves, because you are looking at your sniper Dew and he's not even running a full sniper setup. He's actually bringing in the Beaston on himself. He's actually bringing in a couple of characters that can help him find those grenade eliminations, right? That Alvaro was on that lineup instead of a Maru or a Raphael, which puts it at a situation where he's not going to be as deadly as a sniper, as opposed to players like Saming or Moshi when they meet Buriram. So this is AG Global doing a little bit less from what they can actually do out there on the battlefield, and they're still shining. I would be very afraid if I was their opponent. Cypher finally the highlight once again for the elimination, Saming for the damage, and this time Kochil with the 9 assists.
I think you bring up a really good point here. And I mean, based off of our key players, that's why we're seeing Cypher getting a lot of these eliminations, right? He was running 90% of the time of this match on the Woodpecker initially to try to steal away eliminations, because they don't want to fully commit against their opponents. And now, because they don't have to worry about a sniper's position, they now have the ability to A124, shut off initial engagements, and then just start lobbing nades at their opponent when they're caught out in the open. They secure themselves 24 points with RRQ right behind them at 18. Unfortunately, no booyahs achieved for either one of our race contestants.
Yeah, no booyahs at all for them. And that's just insane. 3 games in, not a single one touched by Indonesia or Vietnam. And I think that may just continue by the looks of things. AG Global up on top now on the #1 spot with a total of 53 points. EVOS Divine heavy right behind them. RRQ on the slow climb as well. Down at the bottom, on the other hand, you see Team Falcons. 3 games in, they've got an average of 2 points per match. The Falcon fans are not happy.
Not happy at all. We still have 3 maps left, and it could be anybody's game still. AG still on that, still on trajectory to make another 50 more points to get that pizza dinner that they're all waiting for. But even so, right, we're seeing that Heavy didn't bow out as early as they would have liked. They probably wanted to get a couple more points because they're still teetering on the very edge.
Right, absolutely. And of course, we now have started highlighting the top 12. We also should highlight the top 8, because those are the teams that are going into Clash Squad. You look at AG Global, where they are on the overall leaderboard, not too far away. They are only about, what, quick math would put them somewhere just under 30 points required. They've got 3 more games to go. The way they've been working thus far, hitting a minimum of 24 points per match when they hit this booyah, I think they can get it done.
I think it's definitely possible, right? Considering the performance that they are getting out of the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Because again, we're seeing that these teams not only are getting more aggressive, but more headshots are being accumulated over these past 3 maps. And maybe it's the ray tracing technology, but don't count it out just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You talked about the powerful AI capabilities, top-tier performance. If you're a content creator, if you're a pro player, I mean, the ability to create content is most definitely there. You're playing the game so much already. Might as well clip it, put it on the internet, and you want to have a good enough device to help you multitask and do all of these things, edit on the phone, everything, right? All on this one device instead of investing in a computer and whatnot. The beauty of technology and mobile gaming, and this phone literally gives you everything. I mean, look at Rasya from EVOS Divine. He's got, what, 7-8 million followers? That's insane. He's barely 18. He's just 16 this year, and he's already pretty much a millionaire.
Yeah, Yeah, he's going places, that's for sure. But he still has a long career ahead of him. We'll see how it continues to flourish. As now our next map is going to be Kalahari. And since we've already seen 2 booyahs from AG and 1 coming in from Vamos, Kalahari, the Indonesians are looking at this and they're like, come on, put us on the board. We need this.
I mean, everybody's going to be looking to get on the board. The question is, can they scratch and climb their way into it? Top 3 teams that we have to focus on this time who are playing: Reverse Red, WAG, and Team Falcons. Falcons currently down at the bottom, only 6 points over 3 games. Maybe this is where they find the recovery. WAG needs these points as well. Reverse Red hasn't shown up much, so this is the opportunity for these 3 teams.
Yeah, again, a lot of the teams that we were, starting to predict to actually do pretty decently well, I think I've hit just consistency, but the big one has to be the Falcons so far. Bowing out very early in match number 2, coming into match number 3, I thought maybe they could collect a little bit more, but even then, I think this could be the map where they could find those very big points and put themselves back on the board. But that being said, I think it's time, AJ. We gotta get into this.
Let's get into it, bro. AG Global looking for the #1 spot, but if Thailand continues to rip this away, I wonder what's going to happen. What happens then if neither one of the nations have a booyah? Maybe both of them are the losers of the day.
Oh man, that fly path. Look, I feel like the universe is telling us something. It's all like leading up. You get one decent flight path, and now this is the 3rd flight path that hasn't exactly been too great. You might actually be right. We might not actually see Vietnam or Indonesia get a booyah.
That's insane if that happens. But of course, you can never say never in a good day of Free Fire. Let's see exactly who gets into the early hot drops, because clearly this flight path was having a rough start. And RRQ finding that rough start. LBT opportunity, but the animation on the drop puts him in a rough spot. But don't cry, with 6 HP manages to get away. Hopefully it doesn't break his foot on the fall. 2 more players on the side of PE scrambling, but they are about to be surrounded by Vamos. PE off to a rough start.
Very, very rough. They've been trying to contest a lot of these teams. Have been contested in a lot of these spots. Unfortunately, don't cry. Will end up breaking his legs. Falls to his death. Refinery in control of RRQ4 now, but wow, he's going to fall into the crosshairs of Vamos. Again, they like to do this so very often. The sub side is pulling these teams away.
Oh,
wow. He's like, if anybody's going to take me out, I'll take myself out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, wrong number have I. He tried to dial his opponent, but he dialed himself out with the grenade. Unfortunate! In core memory, expanding core memory on this map by wiping out 3 players instantaneously. Luki, 300 coins in hand. Needs to get something done here. He had the revival platform, but choosing not to go in for the activation of that, instead to run away and play the insurance with a buyback from the vending machine first. We'll catch up and expand a little bit later on. Core memory continues their push, this time up against GOW.
Yep, Core memory again. They're the ones who took shots at expand, and now that GOW is getting involved, I think that could have changed the decisions being made by that last expand member, because he was afraid, right? If he sits on top of that, on top of the point, he might have just called a full engagement for CRM, but Nukami gets blasted down. 2 Riptide Rhythms thrown at him. Overkill much, but they still need to find these eliminations. These points are crucial.
See exactly where they move on in. And he was divine. Catching out Falcons. Now there's a question in here from Bruted Blue Gaming. Shout out to you, bro. I'm pretty sure you make some good Free Fire content. Bruted Blue Gaming is asking exactly what's going on with Falcons and their poor performance. I think Falcons has got no sweat to break at all. They're currently in the top 8. They have already qualified for Clash Squad. They are in a great position overall. Even WAG, who's in the top 8, is 27 points behind them. So Falcons can continue to sleep, and they will still qualify for both Clash Squad and the top 12 of our first phase of the knockout stage. So no, Falcons are not performing badly. Falcons are just chilling.
Here's my theory on it, right? I think that because they're so comfortable in their current spot as EVOS Divine is about to make contact with them, I think that right now, Falcons, they're playing a limit-centric strategy, right? Oh, Potato gets headshot by Rasha so quick here as confinement is now in the control of EVOS Divine. They want to make sure that they secure everything here. Falcons probably on the run at this point. Now we jump over to Raid, who's trying to make sure that On Fire can't run.
Yeah, this is not the usual Falcon style. I mean, these boys will usually group up, move on in together as a squad, and they will be a firing squad for sure if EVOS had ever seen one in their life. But yeah, this kind of Falcon, they're just laying low as much as possible, waiting for the crowd to underestimate them. And then, of course, when the day comes, they're your champions once again, potentially by the end of FFWS SEA Spring, or maybe even EWC that's coming up very soon in July.
People got to remember, the league is pretty long. There will be days where you're going to not only be underperforming, but time to actually try out some new strats, if not new loadouts, to see what the rest of the world, because we're not the only FFWS region out there. I think even when we're looking towards the Latam side, we want to make sure that we know what's going on in our opponents' meta. Hopefully they don't try and steal it away from us. Southeast Asia still, again, want to be able to kind of maintain that trophy.
PE Sports. PE Sports has been doing badly, but still doing better than Falcons, who are currently on 6 points. So I don't know if that's something that they want to be proud of. But if they want to make any sort of climb towards the top, it would obviously be pretty impossible because they're 96 points away from the 12th spot. Even a all-out day from here on end will not be able to get them that many points. So this one's a rough one for me.
Yeah, it really is going to be. Right now, by command post at the very least, we are noticing that WAG throwing shots once again towards Heavy side. Heavy and as well as WAG has made a lot of contact in the earlier stages of the game, and that hasn't changed at all. But with X4 making sure that the top side and no thirds are coming in from the southern area, he's got some pretty good angles to kind of keep Heavy away if necessary. So this does mean that WAG has the time and space to realize, hey, we don't have to be part of this. We can just start walking away right now. We could take the vehicle if necessary, but for the most part of it, let's start looking for eliminations.
I was so confused why some of these teams are really not trying, although they're in the bottom 6. I just realized something so fundamental. The worse you perform, the higher your chances of qualifying to the finals, because on that final week, you just need to be in the top 6, and you don't fight any of the big dogs because the top teams would already be in the finals. I think PE Sports, Todak, Expand, they're all onto something great here, but Raid surely wasn't. That jump was just absolutely off, but Falcons still falling one after the other. EVOS Divine looking for the final finish. Look at Kororo, not even with his gun out, the man is running around. Falcons are not looking for points. They exit the lobby again.
They exit the lobby super quick here. EVOS Divine just going to gobble them up. Free dinner here with 8 eliminations, and this is only the very first ring. Wait, do they notice the PE Sports member who's flying above them right now? As we do see that the contract has been applied towards Aim God.
A very interesting setup coming on through here from all of these boys. And the question is, even with Falcons pretty much not picking up even 10 points out of 4 games played, can they be replaced in the top 8? That's a huge question mark, right? Because other teams really need to hustle to catch up to Falcons. Enhanced Vision, all thanks to that Coda as they fly on in. This is a 3-way battle now between WAG, GOW, and Vamos.
Now Vamos, they do have a back to fall. Demon gonna be. Oh wait, no, Gane is able to take out Demon almost straight away. Demon finds the eliminations. Now the backs are getting pressed with WAG members trying to pull that bottom side. Krillin does end up falling here as we see that Alan is able to take out Ton. GOW taking the brunt of the damage as Yanmin is trying to hold out and hoping that Vamos will eventually get involved with WAG at some point.
And WAG certainly not around. It just doesn't seem to be a good spot. All-way battle. WAG still a little bit confused as to where to look. And Gade will find the strike. Yanbin getting involved in that fight as well. Alan has got the hook gun to quickly reposition. Tagged up from the back. Looks around. Goes for the vending machine. And Yanbin goes for the drop as well. And Alan still survives. And Yanbin gets dropped by Axel. What a quick recovery here. WAG And Alan's finally put onto the ground, but the job is complete on the revival.
Yep, and GOW, the problems are not done just yet. It looks like Saming has found his crosshair with an AWM towards Tun's side. We now look on over to RRQ. They're thinking about command posts, but at the same time, ooh, Refinery looking so juicy from their position. By the edge of command post here, we see that Heavy's on the lower end. Evil's Divine now starting to creep in, and currently they're on fire. They've got a lot of eliminations, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they take the engagement, assuming that they don't know that RRQ is actually overlooking them.
Yeah. A total of 8 eliminations here for Evil's Divine. Capable of making a big jump to that #1 spot. PE Sports teased by the shots out of EVOS. EVOS needs to be a little careful though, because at command post stands another team from Vietnam named Heavy right behind them. And they are pretty chill at this point of time, but jumping into battle could most possibly be on the card here for Team Heavy.
Yeah, I think that right now, EVOS Divine may or may not realize that this is a pretty bad position to be in. They see that PE, they don't have a lot of cover, but neither can they just walk out for free, right? RRQ, not sure if they have left their current position, but Heavy don't plan on moving anytime soon at all until we predetermine where this next ring is going to be. All teams are now at a standstill. Now PE, unfortunately, quickly trying to take the top height of it. No headshot yet. Rasha is making sure that these shots count. Front compounds at the tip of the sub is going to be encircled as well. But it looks like contract has already been put on one of the RRQ members. And I think they're figuring out, all right, they're at the top. I can see the tips of their head as well. He's got an AWM in hand. Any picks could be deadly, but neither can they truly capitalize on it. Vamos, now coming from the southeastern side of command post itself, we'll start throwing out that UAV. Not sure if that makes contact with a PE Sports member. Yep, I think it does. That's going to give them all the information they need to say, hey, maybe let's not go to command post. Maybe let's just hover around the southern side.
Beautiful phrase. As Lobby gets one with the Groza, finds the tags onto yet another as well. CRM doing a number from afar. And PE Sports getting involved in this battle as well. Core Memory now stuck outside the circle, being gate kept by 3 different squads at the same time. Vamos can't get too comfortable. They're about to be put into the exact same position as AG Global loses Cypher. That's finding the connection and literally jumping straight in front of his enemies.
Oh, I think they figured it out. That CRM has figured out that Vamos are not at full fighting strength. They're going to take this risk, but WAG is on that southern side to fight whoever's the victor. Alan and Expor and Cyrus are going to get brought back up to fighting speed. Good timing here, because this looks like it's going to drag out. Resources are being thrown, dropping down the blue walls, forced inside because of the blue, because it hurts now. Loki starting to find a jump, ends up going down, thanks to the shots coming in from Jun. Now, they've evened up the score, and they've also gotten the eliminations. The rotations are fast, but might not be fast enough because CRM are just left out, ticking in that blue. Poon needs to get a pick back. Gade tries to go for Nukami, puts him down to 1 HP, and Poon must cover him as Gade finds Loki instead, and this is looking great for Vamos as they're about to wipe the squad of CRM.
Beautifully done by the Malaysian squad. 10 eliminations strong already. EVOS Divine finding PE Sports as well, so Vamos doesn't really need to deal with them just yet. But now Vamos with a line of sight up against WAG and GOW as they do battle out there in the open. PE Sports stops Vamos from picking up points on their Vietnamese brothers all by accident. My goodness me, talk about some divine intervention there.
It is a diversion, right? WAG was just waiting to see what's going to happen between those two squads, and then GOW decides, nah, we like this spot even better because the next ring is circled heavily around command post. And now there's plenty of tents to play around, right? The southern side of it is where we're going to see the least amount of cover to play with, just some hard walls, but PE Sports have been sitting in this compound for a while, taking shots against CRM, but they're getting closer and closer to EVOS Divine, who is more than happy to sit in their spot.
Oh, Vamos. Flying on straight in front of the enemy territory. EVOS Divine right behind them. The revival coming on through for Vamos as well this late in the game. And headshots. Look at that landmine doing its work as well. Back and forth. We see so many drops out there onto the battlefield. And the eliminations are pouring in as well. Pure chaos as EVOS Divine now find the interaction with PE Sports, taking out Lahore, Don't Cry on the ground as well, and EVOS Divine making quick work of PE after they survived for so long.
There is not enough play area. 29 people still alive. We should see that number get cut in half sooner rather than later, as PE Sports are going to get Riptide Rhythm and eliminated straight away. This means for EVOS Divine, they've already secured a very good spot, and our RQ have been very happy to sit up here. They haven't been doing too much. They're using their binoculars. They know that at least for AG Global, they're hiding right underneath them. Reverse Red on the opposite side as well. Oh, finally! AT Deer now starting to make some moves. Finds an elimination for himself.
Russia, ME2B has got the AWM on the combo as well. Doesn't manage to get that perfect shot just yet. Ray, Ice Grenade gets the knock on to get nice after a couple of other teams get those damage in first. EVOS Divine up top. TLS1 spotted out already. And the drop from Aim God. What a jump shot. Get nice now. Down on the ground. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses as well. And Ray with a big one on the grenade launcher. EVOS Divine winning big up against Heavy.
They're just bulldozing team after team after team. 14 eliminations. This is looking like a huge game for them. Now AG as well as RQ must give up their current positions as the blue starts to close into our next couple of rings. It's only going to get worse from here on out. 7 squads, 22 people still alive, and the high-lows are not working out as Doots is able to take out PLS1.
Yeah, this is a opportunity now for some big plays here because RRQ right outside. EVOS Divine can take advantage. AG Global playing with a lot of pressure here from the blue, but interestingly still staying at the very corner of the balcony. And look at EVOS Divine all stacking on each other. They're playing the blue to the T.
They are just playing We Bear Bros. Just stack, brothers, stack. We got to hold out for a little bit longer. If we can just wait this out, we might have an opportunity to jump, because now the rotations is going to force them down to the southern side of the command post itself. Diamond, he realizes that this might be a bit of a problem. Luckily, they do at least have this natural fence blocking them off, as GOW is taking the punishment from Vamos. EVOS as well. G'day has to try his butt, but Ray is just getting everything with this launcher. Vamos goes out at 7th. AG Heavy and RRQ still on that northern side as the Riptide Rhythm has already been dropped. Red is just incentivizing everybody to be like, look here, shoot this team.
Oh, great play by Reverse Red, shutting down the players on the side of GOW, but because of this huge wall right in front of them, they have not been able to fully capitalize on those knocks. Look at EVOS Divine in the meantime, 17 eliminations strong already, and they still have got the grenade launcher in hand, quickly finding the reposition. Now Reverse Red in a lot of trouble, tagging up Kochil first. Kochil trying to get the grenade launcher near enough so that he can put out the whole of Reverse Red out of commission. Saming with that high ground advantage, looking for Kochil and Ray, not able to find a single one just yet. Reverse Red now will not be sacrificed as GOW pulls a little bit of that attention. Riptide Rhythm dropping down the defenses of the Thai squad. Reverse Red pulls up yet another line of defense right behind a boulder.
Oh my goodness, 4 squads remaining, taking damage, but now they're jumping straight in towards GOW's side. They know that they're hurt. Even the Chrono's not going to be enough, because Coach Shield and Aim God make sure that the shots ring true. AG and as well as Reverse Red have tried so hard to stay out of these fights. AG in particular, but they're caught out in the open. Reverse Red just needs to make them look tantalizing, needs to make AG Global looks so edible, and maybe EVOS Divine might just bite on this bait.
Yeah, EVOS Divine is trying to win this out for their nation, bro. All right, they want to win against Vietnam today, but AG Global can prevent that. Reverse Red can prevent that, but EVOS Divine to the highest win rate here, and with a drop onto Gotil. Gotil dropped by Barros. Beautiful play, and that shot from Russia is going to be remembered by the squad for a long, long time. And Russia with the M82B finds you through the glue wall, and now it's Reverse Red up against EVOS Divine.
Oh my goodness, he gets the knock again. Russia, the headshots have slowed down the full commitment coming in from Reverse Red. They are down a member though. They are going to be a 3v4. If Russia can make this work, get another pick, this could be a huge, as the ring is now coming to the final stages. Diamond goes high. He's looking for Russia straight away. He's brought a team member as well, and Ray ends up taking down Explosy. They've evened up the score, but they gotta be quick as Nameless, the next to fall, and Ray, he's high, he's pumped up, and he's cutting them down one by one, and finally, Diamond gets one back into Aim God, forcing a 2v2. Ray ends up getting fallen by Saming. Russia gets one back in Diamond, and now it's just the snipers. He did it. He lands the headshot to close the game out.
Saming talked about some M82B action, baby, and it was all about the snipers popping off on both on the side of the reverse red as well as EVOS Divine. Russia, a true dominator. Russia, a true predator. He had the AWM, he had the M82B, and reverse red kept getting dropped time and time again. But lucky enough for reverse red, they were not the only team to be targeted out there. Thankfully, there was another one as well that was pulling the attention of Russia for long enough, or else Diamond would have been pressured way too much and potentially even eliminated. And the decision to go up there to the watchtower by Diamond, calling in backup as well to push Russia off that high ground, was fundamental for Reverse Red to take this booyah, albeit not a huge one with the eliminations.
Yeah, the comms just was a little too slow there. They realized, hey, two people have jumped to our position. We've lost their sniper's position. Now we have to start engaging big time against them. However, I don't think they were expecting Saming to be an absolute beast with an AWM in hand in CQC.
And believe it or not, up until now, 4 games in, the challenge that was put out for Indonesia and Vietnam to see which nation can pick up more booyahs still remains a tie at 0, because it's the Thai teams that have been picking up all of these booyahs. I mean, AG Global showing up strong, Reverse Red showing up strong, even Vamos showing up strong. It will be absolutely epic if both Vietnam and Indonesia can be punished by the end of this day.
Everybody has to take the punishment. There's no tiebreaker rules, none of that. It's either you get that booyah or you don't. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that would be hilarious. But man, once again, congratulations, Reverse Red again. Huge plays coming out from their sides. We're seeing a more passive side of them, but then when it's time to pour some gasoline on that fire, oh, it's great to see Saming, sure enough, what he can do with that technically quote-unquote shotgun of an AWM.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I think the plays from Saming was just very weak this time around. Reverse Red was not impressive at all. I mean, Saming used to hit like a truck in the past. It used to be acknowledged as one of the best snipers next to Moshi, but not anymore, right? And then at a later point, when Dew came into the picture as well, it was Saming, Moshi, Dew, and then these boys have fallen off. Moshi is still there when it comes to Southeast Asia and the snipes, but I don't see Dew and Saming hitting as hard as they used to. Dew clearly is holding back because of his active-passive skills lineup. We kind of saw that through the AG Global with double booyah so far already. Not so sure exactly what's wrong with Saming, because Reverse Red has not been as aggressive as they used to be in the past, right? I kind of want them to go back to their old team name because they used to hit hard.
I agree, they used to hit hard, and don't get me wrong, I think this is a different playstyle that they have to learn, unfortunately. I mean, they've learned their lesson last EWC that they can't just be aggressive to win games. It's also a very large macro aspect of, hey, we don't need to participate right now. We don't need to be active on the map, because these final circle positions, with the changes of the moving blue towards the end before the final shrink, has been brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it most definitely has been. Ever since the recent updates, the circle has been quite diabolical, shrinking to staying wide long enough and then boom, forcing everybody into a tight little space where all of pandemonium erupt. And you just, there's one point in all of these circles where they just back to back knocks and eliminations, and we cannot even catch a single bit of that action because everybody's fighting each other out there on the battlefield without a proper full-on team engagement, right? And obviously that's something that we are looking to enjoy later on when the global fight happens, because that chaos is just going to be so beautiful, Gideon.
Oh yeah, no, I can't wait for that as well. I would like to see, Latam kind of change up their playstyle as well to also be like a little more proactive as well. But we'll have to wait until then. For now, we have an interview with our Booyah winners. Reverse Red, it's happy to have you back on the mic. Let's jump right into it.
Welcome back to the interview session. Oh God, what a manner. โอเคเป็นเด็กมารยาทงามสุดๆนะคะ and here I am with อยู่ใครคะวันนี้แนะนำตัวหน่อย
หมิงครับ
โอเคหมิงกล้องอยู่ด้านนู้นจ้า
อีโก้ครับ
ความเขิน He's a little bit shy. So, guys, righty, first question. How do you feel about being the last person who was left when your friends are all gone? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างตอนที่เราอยู่แบบคนสุดท้ายเลยแล้วเพื่อนๆเราไปหมดแล้ว
ชิวๆสบายๆธรรมชาติ
เอ้ยชิวๆสบายๆ Pretty chill, guys. You know, or natural. Alrighty. Next one. How about your signature pose? I already asked AG about their signature pose, and now it's your turn. So, มีท่าโพสประจำตัวไหม
ไม่มีครับ
นิดนึง
ก็ไม่มีครับ
โอเค ไม่เป็นไรนะ อ่ะ แล้วก็ last question. Is there anything you would like to say to Thai fans who are watching and cheering for you right now? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยไหมคะ
ก็สาวกสมิงก็มึงแปรงฟันกันบ้างนะเพื่อน
Alrighty. So, guys, who's cheering for Saming, please brush your teeth. I know hygiene is pretty important, so please do what he said. Okay, thank you so much for watching us. Now let's get back to the Shoutcasters. Bye. Okay,
See that humble bow from Saming. He's just apologizing to you guys because he has not brought the beast out just yet. But I don't know. I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. I think we've watched enough Free Fire over the past 5 years, Gideon, to know that that was not the full capability of Reverse Red. In fact, some of these teams are really holding back. Teams like RRQ, yeah, if RRQ wanted it, RRQ can really bag this lobby. No questions asked whatsoever. But they're holding back, right? This is a brand new tournament format, which I think they all want to individually shine on a little bit later on. And they're keeping all of these strats hidden up their sleeves to show us exactly what kind of speciality they can bring out on those days. So I'm actually really looking forward to what Phase 2 is going to look like in a bit.
Oh yeah, there's no reason to put the spotlight on you right now, but I feel like Reverse Red, yeah, it wasn't the craziest, most impressive plays that we've seen from him overall. Maybe it's because, I don't know, their fans need to brush their teeth or something. I mean, he's already putting another quote on a shirt here. You can see he's obviously trolling, but it's good to see that at least he still has that charisma. It's just, it's not the right time.
Yeah. It's not the right time. Reverse Red, though, is in the top 8. Reverse Red is about to qualify for Clash Squad. Reverse Red cannot rest on their laurels because WAG, GOW right behind them. Now Team Vamos is chasing and scratching and clawing their way to get into the top 8 as well. I am totally on the side of Vamos this time round. I think the Malaysian squad, after a long time, in fact, any Malaysian squad after a long time making a mad dash on the Southeast Asian level. I'm excited for this. We get to see the uncles a little bit more often.
Yeah, I would like to see that too, but even in the highlights, right now we're seeing how much potential damage, how many amputees that Mal has been putting up on the board. He's just taking arms and legs off of so many squads from their current position at command post, and from that height, he was getting a lot of good shots. In comparison to Red's very own Saming, he's just been trying to chill out, right? 4 eliminations, a good amount of damage, 7 knockdowns at the very least, so he's still hitting shots.
Yeah, you see this time around, Reverse Red Saming, he brings in the proper layout for a sniper, right? He's got the active skill on the Riptide Rhythm. He's got that Moko, Rafael Maro on that lineup as well, so that when he hits like a truck from across the battlefield. But although he is the MVP, just because Reverse Red picked up the Booyah, my personal MVP on the snipes is the one and only Rasya. But we'll get to him in a little bit. I'm very sure we'll find a spot to highlight him later on. But look at the lineup here of the active passive skills. This team has got it all, from EP conversion to healing up the rest of their team members to their electrotherapy. There's nothing that they don't have, but the question is, are they spreading out too wide?
I feel like right now it's just the testing phase for them, right? Again, they're being less proactive on the map. They're trying to steal away eliminations rather than proactively achieving knockdowns to convert them. And I think it's just about holding out the game of attrition against everybody else. Let's look at their stats, and we might be able to double check because Nameless not putting too much up on the board in comparison to Xpozy and even Diamond, who found 8 knockdowns but only 2 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. A total of 6 eliminations and the Booyah. I am not a big fan of this. I always say minimum 10 eliminations. If you get 12, I smile. If you get way more than 12, all right, I'm gonna hype you up. But this is who we gonna hype up this time round. As anticipated, Rasia. But he does not get the elimination highlight. It's Ray that gets the elimination highlight. Ray has 9 to his name, 8 assists, and we saw what Saming got. But Rasia with a 7,659 damage. He was divine. Was on a divine level of gameplay this time round on the lobby. No Booyah, no problem, baby. Because when it comes to the game standings, he was divine. Shuez, hell, is gonna be number 1.
They found their perfect balance of aggression while still being able to kind of bulldoze that lobby. 34 total points, 25 eliminations by the end of that one, dwarfing the numbers we're seeing from Reverse Red and even GOW.
Damn, I mean, they could have easily hit 37 points in this match if they had ripped away the Booyah as well. But thankfully, there was a big brain play that came through from Reverse Red to get Rasia off of that watchtower, because if not, that kid does not miss. That kid will rip a hole through you, and no glue wall can save you when he's got that M82B as well as his sniper lineup with the active and passive skills. That was deadly. He was divine. I gotta salute them this time round. That was a massive, beautiful game from them.
And because of that massive, beautiful game, they're going to be shooting right up into the standings. Number 1 so far. Second place is going to be AG Global at 66 and GOW at 56. So they now are really starting to break away from the rest of the pack.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look at Reverse Red at 47 points. One good game can push them into the 3rd spot. Another back-to-back good game from Reverse Red can put them on that 2nd spot, maybe even the 1st. But it's all up to Reverse Red. Do they want to activate themselves? Do they want to bring out real capability of the squad? Can we see Saming and Team Shine once again? Or will we have to wait a little bit longer? That's my biggest question. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are having 2 targets here overall for these teams to make it into top 12 and then later on top 8. Top 12, of course, puts you in a great position to fight for your phase 2, the first team to get that number 1 spot on the next week. Will get into the grand finals. But more importantly, the top 8 from today will qualify for Clash Squad.
So far, it's looking good, right? Because Vamos, they're catching up really, really quick. They've overtaken the necessary squads, and you can see that the position of, unfortunately for Flash, is dropping lower and lower. But Vamos, they are currently so close. 7-point difference between them and WAG. They've got only 2 more maps left to try and make it there. And even for GOW, right, it's not exactly the most comfortable spot either.
I mean, this is insane, because even Heavy, who's currently at the 12th spot, can make it into the top 8. All they need is 35 more points than WAG or GOW. So any of these teams, even when they are in this top 12, they can still make a good run, but consistency is key here, Gideon. Back-to-back games, can they hit that? If they can't, then making a mad dash for top 8 might be impossible, but at least they get to keep their top 12. We're going to take a quick short break now. When we come back, the final 2 games, and we get to see exactly who qualifies.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
ultimate test of skill and strategy. Only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order. Total prize pool, $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season. My name is EBQ. This is going to be AJ. We've got the final 2 maps here. And of course, I know you're feeling a little tired, maybe some even a little drowsy after long days this weekend. But don't worry, get refreshed and energized with the help of Red Bull. We welcome them because Red Bull as our official energy drink partner for not only just spring, but also for fall. Make sure you use that hashtag, get a taste for more, if you are having just a little more Red Bull these days for these last couple of maps.
2 more games, last couple of maps. There's way too few for teams who are looking for those big points, and if they can hit 1 good game, maybe they can string it into 2 and achieve their target for themselves. You're talking about teams like Heavy, AG Global, who are making this fight for top 8. Even Vamos currently sitting down on the 9th spot. They are 1 rank away. They're 7 points away from that 8th spot. They've got 2 games to do it. Obviously, that is very possible. The only complication here is WAG, GOW, Reverse Red. These are the 3 teams that are currently in the top 8 and at the bottom of that 8 teams. So they will be in contention with these teams who are trying to sneak on in. So if they perform, if they can just keep up a decent enough performance, get to the final circle, they stay in the top 8.
Which is probably why you're seeing teams who are in the top 8, in that top 8, at the bottom of that top 8 standing, like Reverse Red, kind of taking their time. The positional points are way more valuable than just getting into engagements for eliminations. They want a recent map in Kalahari, but we're now going back to the default in Bermuda. And this is where it gets scary, because all engagements usually leads to escalation.
Absolutely, and of course, once again, we have got our special challenge on our broadcast, and the challenge for the day was a simple one. Between Indonesia and Vietnam, who can collect more booyahs? The answer, neither one of those nations have been able to collect some so far, so they are both losers as of this point of time. But we've got 2 more games for them to change that. Now, as we look at this game, and we see ourselves heading on into Bermuda for game number 5. This is an opportunity for a few of these teams here to make a great big impact. Mainly EVOS, Vamos, and RRQ. The top 3 teams that will be playing in here, and 2 out of the 3 are from Indonesia. So maybe Vietnam needs to hustle a little bit more.
I don't know, I feel like EVOS Divine, they found that sweet spot where it's like, yes, we're not getting the Booyah to be completely content with the rest of the day, but they are getting some of the highest amount of eliminations we've seen so far, consistently through our past couple of maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, it's easier said than done to go out there and give your best, because this is the Southeast Asian level and these lobbies are a massacre house, right? Just waiting for points out there on the lobby. You cannot land in the crosshairs of anyone. They will not think twice to take you out of the equation. Speaking of which, we saw a lot of respect, a lot of trigger discipline from Rasya earlier on at the early parts of the game, where he had many opportunities to shut down Falcons. He did not take a single shot. But later on in the game, we saw his capability. Shot after shot, not a single one Rasya missed. And that's the kind of discipline versus aggression balance that you need to bring into these games if you want to get to the end. And look at EVOS Divine. They ripped away massive points from that lobby.
Yeah, we're seeing the true length and breadth of this squad. And I think, you know, for his career, I think he's a really good prospect if other teams are looking to, like, we need a sniper that has that length and breadth. His stonks right now are so very high, especially when he's on point. Because even for a couple of weeks ago, we've seen days where he's not doing as much as he usually, he's not as enabled, then it's a different story.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, of course, we're going to be hopping on into the game. As we head on in here, let's see exactly who can make their dreams come true by hitting that top 8. Of course, some of these teams are very comfortable up top. Teams like Falcon, Bigatron, EVOS, RRQ, Buriram, they are very confident that their position on the top 8 will not be shaken. But of course, Falcons, I think they are counting their eggs before they hatch. They have got 2 more games, and I think they need at least 10 points each to make sure they guarantee their top 8 spot.
Yep, we're blessed this time round with Bermuda, a default map that everybody knows, and a very nice flight path that cuts through every section of the map nicely. It's going to be an even spread amongst all of these teams. Expand, of course, going over to Sentosa as soon as possible. Cape Town getting controlled by Vamos with a very large spread. Although I am curious, where is PE Esports going to land? Because they've always been contested consistently, but now that 2 teams from Malaysia are going to be on the eastern side, we now jump over to AG Global.
Let's see if AG can make the heavy pay. Heavy this one. Mufasa onto the trade onto Cypher. 1-for-1 so far. And they back away from this engagement. Smart play by AG Global, but I don't think Heavy's gonna let them walk out of this one. Thompson in the hands of PLS1. Chinoy has got the P90. Easy headshot on the spray down. Barros about to be picked up as well. Good glue wall laid out at the entrance. But from up top, get nice with the Mac-10. Big plays coming on through. Mufasa on the backup as well. And Dew should not be heading on back in there. Has got the mini Uzi. Looking for the vending machine. Quick revival coming on through. Tags up Mufasa as well. 1v2. Get nice. Bison. Great plays by Dew. May not be sniping this time round, but he's got the flex on the play. And Heavy now in a 1v1 up against Dew. Mufasa, what can you do?
Oh my goodness, Dew. He might just clutch this out. Initially with the launcher against Mufasa, he's got some chip damage. All damage is permanent. He's got the Trogon as well. Only gets the sprint. Doesn't get a full body shot. Mufasa goes and he's going straight to the vending machine. He'll take it out. Dew completes the 2v1, but at least Mufasa was able to get the revives.
Hey, beautifully played by Mufasa there. And obviously Dew saw that coming. He was running back towards the jump, but he should have used the Rebel Rush a few seconds earlier so that he can get into position. RRQ, though, in position to be shot at by PE Sports. LBT gets the UMP shut down onto one. But RRQ being forced on a very early recovery spree. Once again, I think RRQ can go berserk in this lobby. It's a conscious choice to not do much.
A very conscious choice. But as AG is looking to recover, Cypher is working with Dew here. Unfortunately, noticing the UAVs being deployed by GOW, who's looking to try and control the peak as soon as possible. With the binoculars used, they probably have figured out which direction that they're coming from, and they are leaving towards the southeastern side of the peak.
I'm just confused with Dew's status here. He wants to be a sniper. He's also capable of being a rusher. Brings in a very interesting lineup of active passive skills. Doing slightly better on the SMGs than the snipes. I've got big questions for the squad, but in the meantime, Heavy hasn't been able to find a decent enough recovery ever since getting into those early skirmishes. And WAG, on the other hand, will be able to find themselves a good upgrade here as the bunker's about to be unlocked.
Oh yeah, WAG wants to get looted up as soon as possible. They're a team that really takes advantage of the equipment given to them. And it looks like a substitution has been made when Nakang is going... Oh wait, sorry, Don't Cry going out and Nakang coming in for the side of PE. Hopefully this gives them the success that they were looking for, because so far it looks like they've won their first engagement against RRQ. Another substitution, Krillin going out, Tikray actually coming in.
Let's see if or not RRQ, after their super recovery, will be able to do something here. Afik brings a little bit of fire in here for Team Expand as he subs for Drian. And Poon will tag in for Mr. Cougar. Next player from CGGG that used to make a lot of noise out there on the battlefield. Under the CRM banner, on the other hand, the Cougar has been tamed. I believe they shaved his nails, so we gotta wait for it to grow out again.
It's gonna take some time before he matures, right? To get battle ready. Now we're looking over Evo's Divine. So far, they've been getting some huge elimination points. I'm surprised that they didn't take early engagements, but they noticed Get Nice as he is able to get the refis. You can see that Heavy are going for the spin. Get Nice must buy as much time as possible. The esports still fighting against RRQ, but Get Nice is currently getting bombarded from every single direction. As Kochio gets in, one shot is all it takes.
Yeah, the rest of the Heavy team members were asking Get Nice to get back together with them, but Get Nice basically saying, "Main kabhi kisi ki nahi sunta. I will not listen to anyone. I will go out on my own." Yeah, he paid a high price for that. WAG though, finding a free one on to Expand here. Possibility of a full-on connection as Expand approaches them in a 4v2 battle. WAG on the back foot, but they do have their players who have been sent back. Alan just brought back on the secondary. He has got his loot box right in front. Riptide Rhythm being laid out as well. And now Expand hits the fury of WAG, but they fight it back really well. But Tikui with the double drop on the Drogon puts them one step ahead and has got the M590 as well to torture Luki with those shots.
Oh, and they just dominate this battle so fast, so quick as well, despite the first knockdown actually happening on WAG's side. Once they flushed them out of this arsenal, things started working out perfectly when the play area does increase. Now, PE versus RRQ battle is still going on by Clock Tower's side. Dude's on the run.
Oh, yeah.
So far, we've seen that PE has been finding a little more success overall, but yeah, that's 10 eliminations for them.
Yeah, best game for PE so far. And I have a feeling PE Sports is not really in a mad rush to win these lobbies or whatsoever. Even if you fail here, Phase 2 will give you a fantastic opportunity to find success later on. And PE Sports might just be looking for the success through Phase 2 instead of Phase 1. As they allow RRQ to get away. Yan Bin will find the knock, and Yan Bin, in fact, taking out Lao Ho as well alongside Tan. GOW all of a sudden picking up the numbers as they get involved.
They're running out of spaces to actually find loot, right? Boots initially came from Rimnam Village, and now going back over to Clock Tower, going back over to the peak as well. It's not looking good. It's going to be difficult to be able to recover from this type of damage, but for now, we hover over Reverse Red, as it looks like they've made contact and actually noticed the UAVs being deployed by Vamos' side.
The challenge for the Booyah race is still on between Indonesia and Vietnam. Thus far, both nations are clocking in a absolute zero on this Booyah. Oh, but AG Global right in front of them. X4 up close and personal. He makes a mistake, but Alan follows up. Beautiful on that M590 and a 3v1. Tikui this time drops Cypher. WAG on another level. AG Global. The rest of the players way too far. A little bit of a mistake with the layout of those glue walls, but the defense is going to be solid for WAG. And AG will continue to back away. They don't want a piece of this Vietnamese squad.
Oh no, they do not. They had a 2-2 split. Unfortunately, snipers weren't able to connect enough shots thanks to the members of WAG putting it at a very key angle of dropping down the chrono to the time turner just exposed towards the sniper's side, allowing the members who are coming in from that left flank to actually fall behind and actually reposition after locating those specimens. Now, we do see that Expand is coming back into full fighting force. However, First Red might just catch out Vamos walking towards that arsenal and now taking the launcher. They might get shot out of the air, but none of them are connecting enough. No punishment. Vamos makes it out.
Very well played by Vamos. Reverse Red, on the other hand, just needs to remain silent as long as possible and get into that final circle. Currently, they are in the top 8, and that was a brilliant move from Vamos. Currently, they sit in the 9th spot. It's too risky to take a fight this early in the game. They need to conserve their loot and get into that final circle. Even 5 to 10 points can make a huge difference for Vamos in this game.
Yep, now by the maze, they might make some contact. They can definitely hear the footsteps of WAG at this point. They've given up their current position. More so, do they actually want this smoke? I feel like they shouldn't take it right now, especially since they're on the upside. There's a very good chance that WAG could easily not only walk into the compound, but also take the top side. They spot out 2 with the help of the binoculars. They've got a rough idea, but it looks like since Xborg is so far off that the rest have probably already made it in. And Diamond, he makes first contact. He already feels that ice nade. He's gonna back up.
The ice grenades tossed on out. Ikue, WAG, back-to-back fights. And it looks like they're forcing the third one as well. Riptide Rhythm, dropping the defense of Saming. Saming not hitting like a truck this time round, but maybe he will turn the situation around. A good grenade being tossed out. AG Global on the double revival. Tikui RTS 50 to just open up his opponents on the side of Reverse Red. X-Ball with the snipe from up top. That drops Diamond. And here comes the push from their rushers. Tikui M590. The connection is there, but X-Ballsy defends Diamond by laying out those glue walls. Goes in for the pickup as well. X-Ballsy does the job, but unfortunately the FGL will be on play. And WAG 3 fights in a row, full-on team fights, and they come out on top.
That was great. Good shots with the FGL. It was so accurate, it even tagged Nameless, and he was spewing out of fire even as he's running to the rest of his teammates. I'm pretty sure the rest of his teammates were not happy about that, but the accuracy. WAG, they want some points.
Oh, true as hell wants some points here, baby. WAG needs some solid ones. Remember, I needed back-to-back performance from WAG in order for them to squeeze into the top 8 comfortably. The last time we checked, they were on that 8th spot, but with Vamos just 7 points behind them, this is just way too risky. Now, there's a possibility that WAG and Vamos get into the top 8, but that will mean GOW getting squeezed out of the top 8. So Vietnam really needs to hustle this time round. Expand. Full team revival. Already they got into those early skirmishes, and PE looking to end them this time round for good. Luki down at the bottom. Riptide Rhythm just ripping down his defenses, and RRQ saying hello to the clock tower as well.
Oh, they want it. They want their god spot on their southern side. They can feel it. They need it. And PE Sports recognize that this might just be a bit of a problem. They're now in a pinch, but I think they need to stop RRQ first rather than expand. But they don't hear them crawling back up. PE need to make a fast decision. It looks like they're dropping down towards the lower ground to another compound and giving it up to RRQ.
RRQ, 7 eliminations, but still alive. They always know how to find a decent circle for themselves, but this next zone is going to be a big fight because the wall that is protecting them is currently behind the next circle. Vamos not making good headway up against EVOS Divine. EVOS dropping their players one after the other, but Falcons is in the vicinity as well. Vamos has got no choice. They have to take this fight, but if they stop, EVOS Divine strikes them from the back. In the meantime, they allow Falcons to move on forth and find the circle.
Crouching a Tiger. See that EVOS, they want to get in on this. They want to get involved. They see the members of Falcons, and now they're getting some pretty good shots. The nades are going to get lobbed over as Falcons. They don't want none of this. They're going to leave this unfortunate wounded animal down. Pochio ends up going It's a tight angle. The elimination falls into the hands of Vamos here, and now EVOS are thinking twice. Wait a minute, this is not as easy as we thought it's going to be, especially with the next ring on the southern side.
Yeah, Vamos just basically just told them, are you sure you want to be doing that, sir? Outside of my blue wall. EVOS Divine says, maybe not. Maybe we'll wait for you to come out first and then get the job done. The circle's about to move in 3 seconds. Vamos breaking down their own glue walls. Moving on out. Lossie, aim gone. And aim gone with a sliver of health. Gets away. Jun does not find Ray just yet. Finds the first tag. It's a double team. Lossie still surviving. And Ray and aim gone hanging on for the end of their life. What a play from Vamos. Jun though doesn't hit the 180. Aim god gets him. Lossie trades him out. But there is the final save from Ray to put Vamos out. But what a battle from the Malaysian squad.
They put everything into that. They knew that this was Mortal Kombat. Only one of these squads were going to make it through. GOW Demon has been landing some good shots towards Heavy specifically, but RRQ have the ultimate height on Clock Tower. This roof could be a little dangerous, but they got to make sure that they're working together. Whoever PE is shooting at towards that second floor, especially to the lower side of the buildings of AG Global, and even expand on the opposite end, RRQ are more than happy to help them out.
So someone asked me, you know, can Reverse Red just win out the competition at the end of the day? If Reverse Red is in the grand finals, they sure as hell can win it out, because look at this, man. PE Sports currently is 100 points away from the 12th spot on the leaderboard, and they are on fire in this lobby. Anybody can have that spree on a day when it's just going super good. Rasya though, nothing's going good for him. Out in the open, being tagged up by the blue. At the same time, Riptide Rhythm ripping down all of his defenses as well. Limit knocked down by the zone. Falcons facing a little bit of losses as well. But Rasya with a beautiful Riptide Rhythm dropping the defenses on GOW. And Rasya, as they solo play off EWAS, does them in. And Potato pressured as well. What is this kid made of?
He is on form today, and he has not been missing. Some great decisions have been made, and now another squad falls just because of it. RRQ, now you notice that the ring has moved towards that northern side, closer to the western side of the blue so far. And they have to make a choice. Heavy now getting involved, trying to eliminate, getting another point. It looks like Mufasa ends up winning that battle, knocking out EVOS at 7. But we need to make sure that Expand stays strong, because they know that Falcons unfortunately don't have that full fighting strength. And Mufasa is getting shots on towards the side. He goes down, and that is going to be Falcons bowing out at 6, allowing these members to walk through. Now, despite RQ having 12 eliminations, PE ends up getting punished by the rest of the Expand members on top of AG Global. They had to move first, and they paid the price for it. And Expand, they have the best odds of winning this out, 37%.
It's either Thailand with Misa or the uncles in Malaysia. And it looks like Heavy and RRQ only have one option on their side. AG Global have got 2. Hopping down on the ground though. AG Global can still make a miracle work out of this one. Decor sprayed down, picked right back up. Genoy on the recovery, but look at them all pelting the bullets straight at the Expand players. And Expand focusing onto AG Global, leaving Heavy out there. Can Vietnam still bring us to Yunsol somehow?
Gonna try, but again, this is not exactly the best spot to be in. Expand full fighting force, trying to make sure Chinoy needs some help, and Heavy is not going to participate. He's gonna take his time. He's gonna play for those positional points, and Expand might just get the booyah that they've been looking for. There's a way that he can take out all 4 of them. Mufasa finds 2, surprisingly. Wait a minute. Hold on, no way. He finally goes down. Thank God. Expand secures the booyah.
Basically, neither Thailand nor Malaysia cares a hoot about the challenge of the day. They're like, wait. You are not going to include Thailand in this race? You are not going to include Malaysia in the race? This is an insult. And since you did not include us, we are going to dominate, and we are going to punish both Indonesia and Vietnam at the same time. Holy mama. 5 games in a row and not a single booyah out of Indonesia or Vietnam. How rare that is.
That is so rare, man. I thought at least one. We still have one more map left to go, but the chain of events that led up to this for Expand just worked out perfectly for them.
Oh, yeah.
RRQ had a pretty good position. PE Sports had a good position, but I think everybody else in the lobby recognized that, hey, these guys got a free compound. As soon as they move out of that compound, we'll make sure we put on the hurt. AG Global ensured that.
Yeah, don't forget to hit that like as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. What a day it is when we are in here at FFWSC, baby, and even expand now, rising to the top. And this is a solid booyah coming through from them. As a matter of fact, they are very first one in the knockout phase. How's that?
Oh, so happy for the boys. So happy that this squad was able to at least, clutch up when it mattered the most and secure at least one booyah, you know? They're still in contentions.
I mean, what a beautiful game that was. Battle after battle after battle. We knew teams were going to slug it out today on the final day of Phase 1 to find the qualifier into Clash Squad, to find the qualifier into the top 12, to set them up for potentially being the first team to qualify into the grand finals and take a holiday for the rest of our marathon of knockout stage, right? Obviously, everybody wants that, but not many people can get that. Only those that are consistent. And today, the consistent teams, I mean, EVOS Divine, man, they have walked in here, they have dominated the top of the leaderboard, but not a single booyah to their name thus far.
Not a single one. Oh, man, at least for Vietnam, there was a couple of good opportunities, and honestly, considering the performance of Indonesia, the two squads that we've seen, they've gotten so close so many different times on our past maps that it's rather shocking that they haven't secured at least one. But we have at least one more map to go. Who knows? It's still anybody's game, and it's one of those games where it's just like, oh, we won the race by one point.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for Vamos as well, because what a game from Vamos. Vamos was already so close to the 8th spot. Unfortunately for them, Reverse Red was closed as well, right? And WAG found decent enough points, not massive, but decent enough points to make sure they remain in the top 8. I think Vamos is close, but not close enough. They've got one more game, one more chance, and it's on a random map. They sure as hell better pray hard they get a map they like.
Which makes me curious about where GOW is in that current positioning, right? Because I saw on the kill feed, they were getting a good amount of eliminations, but we don't know the total amount by the end of it. They eventually got knocked out, but I can say the same for a lot of teams looking for those points. Heavy especially, making it pretty far, and even jumping on the last member of Russia of EVOS Divine to secure, making sure, hey, at least I got secured those positional points.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, EVOS Divine, 64 eliminations as of that previous game. That's massive. And some of the teams here haven't even picked up 64 points for themselves, right? Vamos themselves, 51 points only overall with the placements as well as the eliminations. So that shows you the effort of EVOS Divine. Now, we are obviously taking a little bit of time here to compute some of the numbers from this matchup. So a little bit of the player camps to give you guys a little bit of entertainment.
You can see that all the players are thinking about it. They're like, oh man, our positions could get really ruined here. We really gotta bring up at least some heat coming into round this final map of the day. Even the coaches getting involved, especially for RRQ's side, because again, they had a really good position, but unfortunately got punished when they were about to make their move off of the compound.
I mean, when Malaysia as well as Thailand found out that they were not going to be a part of the challenge for the day, they basically told themselves, they told each other, tension lene ka nahi, dene ka. Okay, we don't get stressed. We make them stressed out. They are making Vietnam as well as Indonesia break a sweat for sure, because neither one of these nations have managed to pick up a booyah, which also means we are one game away from both the countries being punished courtesy of Malaysia and Thailand.
Oh my goodness, I can't wait, I can't wait. But first, we go back to the president as well as the mayor to have an interview with Expand on the very first booyah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at this.
Skill pasukan daripada Expand. So, apa khabar Rafiq? How are you?
Khabar baik.
Yeah, you are fine, right?
I'm fine.
Okay, so soalan pertama, okay, first question I want to ask you, okay, what is your feeling after 4 games Expand play and then game 5 you get booyah? So, setelah, faham kan?
Faham,
okay,
faham.
terus jawab je.
Sebenarnya rasa happy lah booyah kan.
Afiq expected tak untuk dapatkan Booyah tersebut? Are you expecting?
Oh, tak expect.
Tak expect?
Tak expect pun.
Tak expect pun.
Tiba Booyah pula.
Tiba Booyah?
Tapi okey lah kan.
So he is not expecting that Expand will get Booyah in game 5, but they managed to get the Booyah for game 5. So second question I want to ask you, Afiq. So okay, what is Expand planning for upcoming matches in week 4, week 5? Are you guys confident to get slot to the grand final for this series?
Untuk series sekarang ni saya rasa confident untuk dapat first slot ke final lah.
So what is the planning you guys plan for upcoming match?
Perbaiki kesilapan individu, dengar cakap AJL. Jadi yang start kenapa rotasi semua tu kita orang masih boleh catch up lagi lah.
Okay.
Untuk skill level ni.
Alright. So what his answer is, they are planning to improve their gameplay in terms of rotation and then listening to their IGL and then improve in their mechanic also for preparation for upcoming matches to the grand final. So they are confident enough to get a slot to the grand final. So last question, ini bukan question dah. Last anything you want to say to your fan, especially Expand fans who are watching right now?
Kepada fans Expand, terima kasih kerana sentiasa menyokong Expand. Sebab Expand sekarang pun dah jatuh dah. Jadi korang
mana ada?
Jadi korang kena support kita orang sampai kita orang dapatkan slot sampai ke grand final lah.
Alright, so to all Expand fans out there, please keep supporting Expand until they reach their goal to the grand final. Okay, in fact, their performance is like up and down, but just please give full support to Expand. Alright. Okay, so sampai di saja berbual kita. Okay, we are finished here and then we are get back to our caster and then we are going to highlights. Let's go.
Okay.
You gotta love the humble answers from Afiq. I mean, he acknowledges that Team Expand has been pretty much on the up and down when it comes to the performance, and even they did not expect to walk away with the Booyah, but it was a well-earned one, right? I mean, it was fights from WAG that initially made it look like Expand's hope was all dashed, but they made it to that final circle either way and stood up tall.
Yeah, they stood up tall as Monster, taking advantage of all the teams who had been neutered, trying to get into that final wing. And to be fair, it's not like the play space was any kinder to everybody else. Even AG understood it's we need to do damage. If we don't do damage, we're going to get punished for it. We've got to make the best out of the scenario.
We do apologize for that. Let's see if or not can get that sorted out. But in the meantime, MVP, Afiq with the 5 eliminations, 8 knockdowns, M590 in hand as the rusher for the squad with the Thiva as well. Had a little bit of tankiness, all thanks to the J-Beams as well as Joseph. This Rebel Rush helped him get around that battlefield for sure. And in that final battle, Afiq shined through.
He really did. Again, it's not like Expand was fighting super early on. They were really trying to prioritize making sure that they stay alive for that final ring. Looking at the rest of the squad, pretty standard lineup all across the board. And it's interesting to see because some teams are even opting to drop out the Coda, but not Expand, right? They want to make sure that they A124 instead of the Cassie while still having the information from Coda.
A very smart play to bring in that Suzy as well on their sniper, because most of the time Luki is playing quite a distance away from the rest of the Expand players, and that is their safety, that is their insurance. And if he is getting those extra coins, that also means Luki will be able to at least buy back 1 or 2 players before he gets into a scuffle if they do end up on the bad side of the map at any point of time. Overall, Expand built for survival, and they managed to pull it off this time round, but not built for the aggression. A total of 6 eliminations as they find the Booyah.
Yeah, not a lot of damage put up on the board as well. I mean, Luki was trying to get some shots down, but unfortunately, really just helping out and assisting Afiq whenever he was going for those wide swings. Just in general, right? It looks like, you know, Expand are very aware of their current position. They understand that, hey, we're going to need the support of our fans. It's going to take some time for them to grow, and hopefully make it into the grand finals here, because when we look at key players, holy, PE, they were having a hot game.
I mean, PE having a hot game is one thing. You've got the highlight for the top 3 players from 3 different Vietnamese squads, but not a single booyah from Vietnam just yet. 2 days in a row now, we have not seen Yun Sol a single time. This is a crime. Ed Kang with the elimination highlight. Mufasa with the damage. Cyrus with the assist. But Vietnam with still no booyahs.
No booyahs. Getting close, but not enough members to push through to that very end. At the last of the game standings, we see that RRQ coming up with 19 total points, finding a good amount of eliminations, but just not enough placements. Expand, however, they take that booyah, but with 6 eliminations, put them at 18, tied up against PE.
Yeah, no wonder WAG still able to maintain quite a bit of pressure here on their top 8, thanks to the 10 points, but they got eliminated super early. 10 came from eliminations, my goodness me. Now let's take a look at the overall top 8. You see Reverse Red in the red here at that 8th spot, and Vamos just behind them. All Vamos needs is an extra 12 points, but unfortunately for Vamos, Reverse Red is still playing in here as well, and there's a high probability that the Thai team gets to that final circle again because they've been pretty decent today.
Let's see whether or not the Thai team is going to get a little uncomfortable, because if Vamos is able to make that very big push in this final map, they might even threaten the positions of WAG. GOW at the very least, it feels a little unlikely that 16 points is going to be the final total for Vamos in this next map, but even so, gotta stay on top of these things.
And here's the best part. For Vamos, they are actually performing better than Reverse Red today. So they were playing a game of catch-up, and now they've managed to finally catch up. One final game will determine if or not we see Malaysia in there. We've already got 2 of the Vietnamese squad, so that's quite good enough. And how are they performing so well? Not just those mechanical skills, but the device that they run this on. They've got the Samsung Galaxy Ultra in their hands, and we have Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra sponsoring this broadcast as well. The phone comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor, an enhanced Vulkan engine, as well as ray tracing technology to give you outstanding gaming performance as well as lifelike graphics as you go out there and hit your booyahs.
Look, Galaxy S25 Ultra is just the perfect weapon if you're looking to be a professional, if not give you an extra edge every single time you queue up for rank with your squad. And if they're wondering why you're doing so well, just let them know. Galaxy S25 Ultra diff.
Well, let's take a look at the map selector and see exactly who Lady Luck blesses this time round. Many teams won those points. Not many teams have dominated and conquered each and every single one of these maps out there. So Lady Luck will definitely be in play as we run this map selector.
All right. Give it to us. Let's see what we're going for our very final map. Some teams have slight advantages on this map, but it's honestly anybody's game because even some of the top competitors have not been able to win on their signature map, and it's going to be...
Oh my God, it's time to go to Purgatory, baby. And the last time we headed into Purgatory, it was a Vamos step up, and this is that opportunity now for us to see exactly how this team will go out there and dominate yet again. Vamos picking up that booyah. If Malaysia clocks in the 3rd booyah of the day, we would have successfully prevented Indonesia and Vietnam from grabbing the booyah, which means for the first time in a long time, in fact for the first time ever, we don't get to see either CC or Yun Sol on that one broadcast. This is insane.
This is going to be wild, right? Purgatory was one of the few maps I was hoping we were going to avoid because we saw the high variance amongst all the teams in that matchup itself. Vamos now have already secured themselves the 2nd spot in terms of the raw top 3 teams of this match, with AG Global currently in 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when we saw Vamos go on out yet earlier on and they grabbed the booyah, it was not a massive one, but remember I said it was very decent. They got 12 eliminations as well as the booyah. They got 24 points. If they can get to the final circle again, if they can walk away with the booyah, Malaysia will make it into Clash Squad. This is where I was talking about how Lady Luck plays a role in here with the randomizer, this map selector. Malaysia just got blessed. It is their game now to lose, Gideon.
Well, I think that it's not only their game to lose, everybody else has an opportunity to actually correct some of the mistakes that we saw coming into Purgatory. Teams like Falcons, for an example, might be able to kind of change things up. If not, we might just see some other teams look for a stabilization in the raw gameplay. That being said, though, this is the last opportunity to see who's going to be able to get for those clashing squads, who's going to get those points that they need, because we've been blessed by Lady Luck. However, we're going to have to go to Purgatory one more time.
Let's go! Oh, what a flight path to torture all the players out there on the final game. And now this just throws everything into chaos once again. It is no longer favoring Team Vamos because now we do not know if they're gonna get caught in an early hustle. Look at this, Vamos jumping out early out of the plane just between Falcons. Team Heavy is here. You also have a potential of a scuffle with Expand and EVOS Divine. Oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah, again, most of the northern side, the northeastern side of the map is basically inaccessible. So many teams actually pretty concentrated together here. EVOS Divine more than happy to take an early fight, but first they're going to have to face off against Expansion, which doesn't seem to get much here. We do see that Ray was on the chase initially. Luki will shoot back to try and slow them down, but Rasha, again, doesn't miss. Make sure that Luki goes down instantly.
And this is the curse of the lower ranked squads. After finding a booyah, usually the tradition is they get kicked out early from the next lobby. And if that's the case, that is going to continue for Expand here. They better be ready for a Rude Awakening. Vamos, on the other hand, finding 1 point and then quickly going out for the reposition. Axel has got the profile, finding the connection onto PLS1, gets a double hit. But it looks like it's not going to be sufficient to get the knocks coming on through. LBT with the headshot onto Aim God as EVOS Divine finds a couple of PE players.
Yep, I mean, PE has been pretty aggressive with the early engagements, but they always seem to attract attention, and it looks like CRM is going to be the ones. They're very loud already. They're gonna, at least for Ray, he's going to take out that UAV. We'll see whether EVOS is going to accept the challenge. If not, start moving away and looking for that loot early rather than later.
Neptune seems to think that the flight path has lost its mind, being horrible twice in a day. But I think Neptune does not know what he's talking about because we live to see this chaos. This is the kind of absolute insanity we need early game just to shake things up a little bit, right? Yes, we had Lady Luck smile at Vamos, but now the flight path just hit the reset button on everything, forcing the best team mechanically to get in front of others. Let's see exactly who can win out some of these gunfights, because Vamos is still stuck in this battle between themselves and Heavy as they continue to trade each other out. AG Global up against GOW, and the Vietnamese team does not look like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to know what Dude's loadout is going to be, because before this he had more of a rusher loadout previously, but coming back to Purgatory, he might just go back to that sniper. Wasn't expecting the flight path to be like this, but the GOW members punished initial rushers down. Demon does bring Dian back up, and now AG Global should go on the offensive.
And the very early drop basically puts GOW in a little bit of a pickle here, and not the kind of pickle you would like to eat, because not much utilities on them. Those glue walls are rare at this point of time. Chinoy doesn't even have a glue wall on him. He needs to fight Demon in a 1v1, but it's a 2v1 at this point of time. He gets the tag onto Demon Barros with a shot from afar, and Chinoy is able to aggress on to find Tan from the across the battlefield. RGS 50 on for the pop, missing the first connection, but GOW either way on the back foot as AG pressures them.
Why did he swing so far out? He had the launcher right next to him, and now they're on the chase for Ton. The launcher actually working out in the favor of AG Global as they've already secured 3 eliminations. They might get a free squad wipe here.
Yep, they most definitely are going to get exactly that. Cypher quickly repositioning, taking the load. Turning around. And it looks like the R1 scan was not used. Dinoculus in their pockets, but absolutely wasted.
Huh. Interesting. All right. At least GOW is able to kind of get back on their feet here, get 1 revive down. EVOS Divine still hasn't found that because, unfortunately for Cochil, he's in amongst a surrounded position. He gets down, gets a time turner as well, and able to revive one of his members before the CRM assault commences.
Yep, AG with a double. EVOS Divine getting knocked to the ground as CRM finds the opportunity to catch out their stragglers. This team forced to play the revival so early on that many of them are spread out on the battlefield. So we will have to perhaps expect that situation to continue a little bit longer for EVOS Divine. In the meantime, Expand has found a little bit of a recovery, and GOW finds the revivals as well. And this seems to be a decent enough reset. Look at that, 47 players alive and kicking. One more revival needed for a full lobby once again. All of that chaos has been neutralized.
All right, so now the question is, how much loot are you going to get before the next ring is going to get revealed? And the rotation should be pretty simple, but there are teams who are on a hunting spree, like CRM, right? Early 6 eliminations works out in their favor. PE also kind of doing the same thing. The question is, when do you start to calm down?
PE Sports is tracking core memory across the battlefield, and they will launch themselves into firing distance between themselves and core memory. Now, not a lot of space here to play with. And PE Sports are going to be challenged. And RRQ drops by to say hello. Potato finding Cochille. And EVOS Divine once again all spread out on the battlefield will continue to be tortured by the other squad. And Dudes gets the wrong number as he takes himself out with the grenade launcher. RRQ now, everything falling apart. Abe hiding away, M590 in hand, PE flying on in, but Maal, the sniper of the squad, rocking the shotgun.
So reliable, no matter what weapon he's given, his accuracy is undeniable. And Nero, unfortunately, out in the open. Abe, not enough ammunition to take him down. He doesn't allow holes underneath him, goes for the shots, and beautifully takes him out. Doesn't waste a motion. CRM has taken so much damage. PE has taken so much damage. And RRQ, despite a couple of knockdowns pulling through, they know how to turtle up.
And again, Revivals just playing their role. And 47 players in the lobby. Only one team with one man down, and that's PE, about to be 2 men down. As Nero gets a tag, M1014 will not be able to find the headshot. Jump takes him out. And Expand loses a player as well as they get into a scuffle with Team Heavy.
I mean, Heavy has been doing very, very nicely so far. Only one member of Expand to hunt for. It looks like they will get the full elimination. Expands bows out in 12. The curse continues as you see that RQ isn't done with CRM. Currently, they're only playing on the opposite side of that building, right? It's just that one concrete fence that they have to deal with. The walls are keeping them covered, but for how long? Because we see that CRM also want to be able to find loot of their own.
RRQ now. Opportunity to make some magic at CRM right outside. No compound to block these shots, but all those glue walls being used up one after the other. Ice grenades all laid out, and the glue wall melters making them work on those defenses. Abe now tagged up. FGL on play, courtesy of CRM. But 18 Deer out in the open. One wall to swing around, but he may get overwhelmed with the numbers, and CRM takes a fight up straight to them. But 18 Deer says no as he hits a double for the squad of RRQ, and Core Memory just left with one final survivor.
And that completely neutralizes the attack coming in from CRM. They greed it out, trying to take this drop, and now Newkami is getting pelted from every single one of these members. CRM is going to get eliminated as Vamos on that northern side. RRQ, do they have enough time to reposition? And it looks like no, it doesn't really matter. They didn't see Vamos, they didn't check that kill feed, and now they have to quickly disengage as Abe falls to his knees.
Yep, Gade just blows Abe up with his grenade launcher, and RRQ that did not scan out the area ahead of them just went in there for a blind jump and instantly punished. They will lose Abe, but bring him right back in, all thanks to the coins that they've already picked up. That was a wasteful jump coming through from RRQ after a good fight.
But what can you do, right? Blood pumping, a lot of gas to still run on, and it's not like they've been the most aggressive until the previous map, so now we'll see how they recover, because this ring is getting smaller, and it looks like it's centralized towards Brasilia. We do see the top of fields here as well as WAG. Oh, sorry. They've got full view, right? So they know that at least Vamos is around the area. They're looking towards potential threats. Do they notice where they're looking towards to?
Well, WAG has got a bird's eye view onto Vamos, and they are not using their advantage just yet. They don't want to pull a lot of attention to them because it's going to be easier to hit those headshots from down below. And we all know how Axel can take these crazy shots. But WAG is choosing to stay silent for the time being until the circle closes in on everyone.
Yeah, there's even a UAV that they don't want to walk into just yet. They're trying to scout on opposite end to see if anybody's trying to walk up from that low ground. Rasha as well as Gabi, they see what's going on here. Heavy is also trying to make a rotation, but there is some mutual respect. They don't need to fight right now, but Aim God, no, the ceasefire has been broken. Aim God goes down, and now the Riptide Rhythm's coming through as Get Nice and Mufasa start crushing in onto Cochille's side. They got the revive down, but it might not be enough because the damage has been dealt. Mufasa is still moving forward. The Riptide Rhythms break the initial blue walls that have been dropped in the front, healing UAV to keep them alive as long as possible. Cochille is down. Get Nice finds the knock, but Ray gets one back. The trades, PSL1 finds a headshot onto Rasha, and that might just be it for Evos Divine. Nabi, he's doing great, but Ray finds one back. Now forces out for 1v1. He's got to win this out against the sniper. He's got the Trogon in hand. It's in his favor. Get Nice is able to get back up thanks to the help of PSL1. Get Nice needs to land these shots, and Ray, if he could 2v1 this, that'd be great, but right now the electrotherapy is not in his favor as Get Nice and PLS1 are just taking their time. Riptide Rhythm clear it out, and it's a double knock, unfortunately.
Yeah, PLS1 was there to save the day, and although Ray had a phenomenal ring around the rosy there, but it was Heavy that walked out of that fight. The Supreme one, a beautiful play overall, but Evos Divine just unfortunate, and PLS1 at the right place, right time. The 2v1 working against Evos Divine. In the grand scheme of things, though, Evos Divine has done more than enough. They started off this game with that #1 spot on today's leaderboard of performance, and in the overall grand scheme of things, they are currently in the 3rd spot on the overall leaderboard, which means they qualify for Clash Squad, so nobody's crying.
Nobody's crying at all, but right now we're having a pretty default circle here surrounding Brasilia, including the hilltops on towards that northeastern side of the map itself, which is pretty dangerous, right? Because now the question does become, hey, if we do end up playing towards that northwestern side, there's going to be a very hard rotation to be made as RRQ now getting engaged on by GOW. See, the UAV has been thrown, and now we see the reposition from RRQ. They don't need to take this just yet. They could stop the reinforcements from making it coming by, but now that they've stopped the initial engage, Ton takes a huge amount of damage. Thankfully, DN is nearby to keep him topped up.
Now RRQ on the circle around Abe. A little bit too far from the rest of the players, but he had the Wukong there on the extra active skill card. And Abe now on for the push. His Rebel Rush on the cooldown. Has got to play this smartly, but M590 pays off with the timing. Tan tagged up, and now Deanne, a sliver of health, doesn't need to do much. And Abe whips out the SVD, gets the knock, one more shot, and Yanbin gets away for the time being. But it looks like the damage has been done here already by RRQ. GOW most definitely crushed, but there is a vending machine. One can hope that Yanbin has got that money.
So far, this next circle is going to be really brutal. 33 people still alive, and coming into that 4th, it's only going to centralize in the open area of Brasilia. GOW gets eliminated, but while this was happening, Falcons were able to make a rotation into the ring, and they're trying to hold their compound and keep Heavy out. The initial shots have come through and connected and on fire. He goes down. The Riptide Rhythm has been unleashed, and this might give an opportunity for Vamos to try and circle him.
3 teams from Vietnam can still win this battle between themselves and Thailand. And one of the Vietnamese squads making a suicide dive right in front of Falcons, but not punished by it just yet. Potato knows that he will be at rest the moment he steps on out of that house, as they are being watched by Team Vamos as well. Kabi with a grenade, cooked up already through the window! And the ice grenade stacks them up perfectly, but the glue wall saves Falcons from a team triple wipe there. Beautiful defense by Falcons.
They have to keep on defending. They're hoping that the Vamos on the northern side of Brasilia is going to help them out, but it looks like Vamos have different plans. They're actually spreading out, looking for as many eliminations as possible. Falcons are kind of left to their own accord. Dutes does get the revive on towards Abe's side, but Get Nice has nothing to play with right now, literally on his stomach, trying to crawl out from that low ground, and Mufasa wants to go for that flank. Get Nice ends up getting knocked, and Mufasa has to swing. He tries for it. Get Nice gets eliminated still. He tries to block that line of sight, but it's not enough, and it's actually working in favor of the Falcons as the 5th ring is about to close in 12 seconds.
Heavy working hard for Yunso, but Potato just denies Mufasa. One player down on the side of Heavy. And look at RRQ. The rotation is here. Indonesia wants a piece of this. And they wipe out Heavy from the back to meet up with Team Falcon.
The Axel was able to get a headshot here, but Heavy already eliminated. RRQ more than strong. They've got no superior weaponry, and Abe finds Potato. Keroro does take down Mal, at least isolating him. They have plenty of resources thanks to the body bags listed around. No Riptide Rhythms as well. Falcons go back into the compound, and RRQ are a man down, and we'll have to fight them out in the open.
Oh, the circle now pressuring RRQ to move a little bit quick. Falcons right behind them now. RRQ pressuring Falcons, but now the tables have been turned. As RRQ runs away from the circle, they lead the Falcons right behind them. Their backs are wide open. They have to use those blue walls, but Falcons focusing on PE spots as well. Axel knocking down Lahore. PE from the opposite side of the battlefield. Can't seem to do much as Vamos does not want to let them get away too far.
Double healing UAV used by Reverse Red, trying to tank out as much of the chip damage as possible. It's a matter of time because Vamos is on that top side. Hero finds multiple RQ members, but this bottom compound is all hell breaking loose. WAG thinking about going in, but they can't find anything as Reverse Red ends up getting blown up by AG. Good shots coming in from the Do. Now, it's about the glue wall melters. Jun needs to get back up as soon as possible, and Vamos needs to re-angle themselves on the opposite end as RRQ gets eliminated, unfortunately. The 6th ring going to pull towards Falcon's side, and WAG have been waiting for this. Now they fall into the death trap. Tigray, he finds 2, finds 3, the Axel, able to take out Do, and that's going to be AG getting eliminated fast. Vamos, huge launcher to turn this around.
Absolutely looks like we have got an opportunity to meet the uncles once again, but there are 2 Vietnamese squads still on the map, and AG Global can perhaps chip on in to get PE spots out of the equation. LBT with the monster truck hitting the big player out of the lobby first. Gade taken down, which means the grenade launcher is now wiped out, and Expand will not be able to do this, and it looks like we get to see Yoon Soo, all thanks to PE Sports. And Lao Ho, the final one to get the bullet in the coffin to make sure Indonesia gets punished by the end of the day. They win the challenge between Vietnam and Indonesia.
Congratulations, PE pull it through from having a really rough start to the day to finding the booyah at the very end. Purgatory, they made a couple of mistakes, they've learned from those mistakes and they corrected them.
Oh, wow, what a game, what a day. I mean, we're looking at teams like AG Global finding so much of opportunities out there. In fact, creating so much of opportunities out there for themselves. And Vietnam really making a lot of noise, but not through those booyahs. PE Sports finally clocking one in, but it was literally their first one of the day, and that helps them climb up in terms of today's performance. But in the grand scheme of things, they're still in the bottom 6 of our overall leaderboard.
Hey, they took a personal quote to heart. If you're not going to do it for the team, do it for your host, man. PE Sports, well done, well done. At least we get to see the full recovery, right? From starting slow to now, like, all right, at least we got to get one in. At least if we're not winning out the day, we're winning out for the country.
I mean, this is just insane, right? The fact that we had to look to the final game to find out who's going to win in this challenge between Vietnam and Indonesia shows you the strength of not just Thailand, but so impressively Malaysia today here as well. Vamos has most definitely exceeded expectations. They have done a lot, but the question is, did they do enough, and did they try too late in the knockout stage of phase 1 to get these points? Because the Vamos we saw today is not the Vamos we've been seeing the rest of the days. If at all we had seen this version of them a little bit earlier, I think they could have guaranteed this top 8 for them, and now I'm a little nervous for the squad.
Yeah, we don't know. At the end of it, right, they were getting some big eliminations. They were wiping squads out. The launcher as well out of nowhere, finding 3 might have just put them right over the edge, but there's no way to confirm it.
Yeah, I mean, Gade with the and this was a beautiful play from PE. If it wasn't for LBT and the monster truck, I don't think PE Sports would have won this game, because the first person that there's no way to tell because the kill feed has been switched off, so you don't know who you're engaging with, you don't know who you're knocking, so it's just a wild bloodbath out there. This guy takes the monster truck, and he got lucky because the one player he knocks out was the guy that had the grenade launcher to do area damage and just absolutely wipe out PE with a couple of bumps with that grenade launcher, and game would have been so different, just like how Vamos helped it end for a couple of other squads before the final engagement took place.
Oh, it really did. Again, a lot of things that were unexpected here. I can't imagine what PE's got to be feeling, right? Because that's just like, you know, a stroke of luck, but everything falls into place perfectly. With that being said, we're going to be throwing over to PE. Finally, an interview. We got to get to say hi to Yunsel and as well as the winner of our challenge. Thank you so much. It's PE Sports.
And it's a booyah for Vietnam team, our last game here. And congratulations! Welcome to our interview section. Let's jump into the questions immediately. Here is PE Lão Hổ. So Lão Hổ, after a very struggling time, finally you can get your booyah with your team right now. How do you feel? Feel excited or relieved or anything? Xin chào Lão Hổ, thì cuối cùng thì đội tuyển của mình cũng đã có một booyah để giải tỏa tất cả mọi căng thẳng rồi. Thì không biết là hiện tại Lão Hổ đã cảm thấy như thế nào vậy ạ? Vui, tinh thần sảng khoái hay là ra sao vậy ạ?
Cảm thấy vui sau những trận đấu căng thẳng.
He feel happy and mostly relieved after the stressful competitive scenes all around here. So Lão Hổ, maybe in this first phase of the knockout stage, we are not pretty in a good mood. But finally, overall today, we did something really good right now. So I want to ask you, just like a simple talk, how do you handle all of the stress from everyone around you that they just keep, how do I say, they keep blaming you, they keep toxic you or something like that? Thì có thể nói rằng là cái lượt đi đầu tiên của chúng ta đi ở trong cái vòng bảng này nó khá là không có được suôn sẻ cho lắm. Nhưng mà mình thắc mắc là làm sao mà cả Lão Hổ và PE Sports, tất cả mọi người vẫn có thể giữ được cho mình một cái tâm trạng rất là tích cực, mặc dù là xung quanh mình nó không có mấy được tích cực đấy.
Thì team em rất là khó khăn ở cái lượt đi này. Thì team em dù gì cũng phải bắn những tuần cuối nên team em vui vẻ bắn những trận cuối.
Nhưng mà thường thì ở nhà mọi người có cảm thấy buồn hay là như thế nào khi mà mình bị vấp phải những cái lời trái chiều từ xung quanh không?
Buồn thì cũng có buồn nhưng cố gắng hết sức thôi chị.
Because this is our last week, so we just try to do our best. Of course we are sad. We are a little bit of disappointed because around us it has a lot of toxicity, but overall we have to try our best. We have to stay together, informed, to move through together. So maybe that's why they're here with a very deserving booyah. So Lão Hổ, this is the end of our first week already. So do you have anything you want to say to the viewers? Bởi vì chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc lượt đi rồi, nhưng mà hôm nay thì cũng có thể nói là một cái màn trình diễn nó rất là xứng đáng, một cái booyah rất là xứng đáng ở cái game cuối cùng dành cho PE. Thì không biết là Lão Hổ có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là những người đang theo dõi cho PE Sports không ạ?
Em muốn gửi đến fan PE Sports, tụi em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để hoàn thiện đội hình để không làm các bạn thất vọng.
Vậy thì còn chung kết thì sao?
Chung kết thì cố gắng hết sức rồi chị ơi.
For us, we would like to say thank you to everyone who has always supporting for us, always follow us, and here we just want to say that we will try our best to, you know, to form our roster and become the best team that you guys wanted to. And for the finals, we will try our best. So, thank you Lão Hổ so much, and you know that you just saved us from the betting of Indonesia. So, again, congratulations and thank you to PE Sports. Mọi người có biết không, trên PE Sports đã cứu tụi mình gọi là thoát khỏi một cái kèo rất là bùng nổ cùng với khu vực Indonesia ngay bây giờ, cho nên là chúng ta có thể là sẽ thắng được kèo này rồi, nên là mời mọi người kết thúc cuộc phỏng vấn ở đây và chúng ta sẽ chuẩn bị qua xem Indo trả kèo cho tụi mình nha.
Thank you so much, and that's the interview with Yunsol with the PE Sports members. Again, man, this is one of those situations where you can feel like the community has gotten to him. He's not even making eye contact with the host. He's looking at the camera and he's just like, man, bros before hosts, man. It's just, he feels it. He feels it.
A cute one, bro. This was an opportunity for teams like PE really make something for themselves, but obviously the journey for PE was a little bit too late, right? They started this journey a little bit too late. But teams like Vamos, teams like, what was that? AG Global. AG Global wasn't even in the top 12 when we started the day. Vamos was nowhere near the top 8 when we started the day. But they could get there if they maintained consistency. Surprisingly, they brought that consistency out. And now I am damn sure our leaderboard is looking like it's going to upset some of the players, because today was a day of close calls. Today was a day of where the points are just going to be heartbreaking when we look at the leaderboard because of what has gone on. I haven't been able to keep tabs on the numbers, but I know that Vamos is literally tethering on the edge. I don't know if AG Global is going to be able to replace WAG. Did Reverse Red make it? Did GOW make it? So many crazy things to expect. And the next few scenes will show us exactly who qualified, Gideon.
Yep, it's a bit of a dice roll here. Not 100% sure who's going to be making it out, especially after that last map and how close it was between a majority of those teams. Even so, right? I think that, you know, Vamos is in a better position, but it really depends. Depends on how many eliminations were found by some of the other squads who are holding on to that bottom 8 spots.
Absolutely, man. Now, this is a opportunity. Now, Hindi on pesterion, Tamil on pesterion, English, Malay, you know, Malaysia, man. We are filled with multilingual people, right? But the broadcast is filled with players from all over the world. And we've got this cheeky battle between Vietnam and Indonesia today. And I cannot believe it actually went down to the wire, where I was almost thinking Malaysia was going to walk away with the booyah, and Malaysia almost walked away with the booyah, and we got to see the uncles again. But Vietnam, at that very final moment, thanks to a crazy monster truck play courtesy of LBT, saves the day, saves the viewers who've been waiting to see Yoon Sul the whole day. And thanks to this battle between Indonesia and Vietnam, and Indonesia having to be punished for this, I actually think we're going to get to see CC as well. So we win, chat. We win.
Everything according to the script, am I right? You know, got to make sure a bit of variety everywhere, that everybody gets a chance on the screen. Regardless, though, I want to see who exactly is going to be taking the punishment overall. Is it going to be whole squads? Is it just
whole squad?
Coaches? Whole squads are going to be taking this.
Whole nation, I think. Okay, not the whole nation. All the Indonesian teams playing today, I think they are going to be punished. I just don't know what the punishment is. Yesterday was a hilarious one where Indonesia had to do this chicken banana dance. And overall, when we first started out this knockout stage, Indonesia was taking a lot of L's, and then they got a couple of wins on their side. But now, a back-to-back loss in this week number 3. I don't think Indonesia is going to be very proud of that, but I do believe that's going to spur them on in phase 2, and that's not good for the other teams.
The one thing that I can say about Indonesia is that when they take punishments, they take it with grace, they take it humbly, but they also know at the back of their minds, it's like, yes, we didn't win, but we're also scoring like a significant amount of points. Like EVOS Divine has been getting some huge elimination points throughout the day pretty consistently.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think EVOS Divine, without a single booyah, they climbed up the leaderboard. EVOS Divine, without a single, crazy out-of-the-world play, they just climbed the leaderboard with their consistency. But obviously, AG Global has given them a run for their money overall. But of course, let's head on in and check out exactly what these boys have to say.
Hi everybody, so we are here to giving our bet back to the Indonesia team. Right next to me is the representatives of 4 Vietnamese team. So here we will witness our winning moment together here. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, và bọn mình ở đây cùng với 4 đại diện các đội tuyển Việt Nam, PE Sport, Heavy, Gao Esports và WAG. Và hôm nay bọn mình cuối cùng cũng đã chiến thắng được khu vực Indonesia với một booyah đến từ PE Sport. Và ngay bây giờ thì hãy cùng mình xem bên Indonesia trả kèo cùng nhau nhé.
Right, thank you, Yunsul. This is a bit hard for us because apparently we're going against 4 teams instead of just 2, like how many Indonesians are playing today. But still, a challenge is still a challenge, and we're about to do the punishment today. I'm here with the representative of both teams that are playing today, from EFOS and from RRQ. And as we all know, today's booyah race consequences for the losing team is that we have to do a push-up squat. And apparently, we have to do it 20 times. Jadi konsekuensi dari kalahnya Buyah Race kita hari ini adalah push up squat. Dan itu ternyata juga nih harus dilakukan sebanyak 20 kali. Aku minta maaf dulu di sebelumnya 20 kali banyak banget. Tapi karena bukan aku yang bikin peraturan dan challenge top life challenge. Jadi gimana, kalian udah siap?
Siap.
Sudah siap?
Siap.
Siap juga? Oke. Nah, ya jadi kayak gini, sambil jewer kuping, terus sambil squat. Aku agak miring ya. Squat gitu ya. Squat gitu. Oke, aku temenin deh 5 pertama aja tapi kalau nggak aku gempor. Oke, biar bersemangat ya. Boleh dong yang di studio tepuk tangan dulu dong tetap buat tim-tim Indonesia. Meskipun kita kalah, kalahnya cuma di game terakhir doang. Aduh tadi juga hampir banget. Oke, langsung aja kita mulai ya. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, last one, 20! Yay! There you have it, Yonsul. We have done the consequences. 20 repetitions of a push-up squat. Gimana? Tadi kenapa Rasya buru-buru banget? Why do you have to do it so fast? Kenapa? Oh biar capeknya sekalian ya. Oke, kalau gitu sekarang kita akan balik lagi ke Yonsul. We're gonna go back to Yonsul. Take it away.
First of all, let's acknowledge CC for participating in that challenge punishment as well. I did not expect the host to be a part of it. Second of all, CC, if you want to be a part of it, you got to do the full 20 squat. You can't go to 9 and then continue at the 20th squat, CC, all right? That's cheating.
Oh, that's cheating, you say? I don't know, man. I was looking at Russia. That kid was speeding through these. He was like, I gotta get this out of the way, man. I got things to do. And another thing that caught me off guard, how tall Boots actually is compared to everybody else. He's got some height on him.
Absolutely, man. And Rasya, the healthiest one on the squad because he's 16 years old, right? He's just bursting with energy. And you saw how he was performing out there on the battlefield, right? He has a lot of reason to be pumped with energy. He was on a tear today. Most definitely my personal MVP on the snipes. Nobody was outdoing him. Even X-Ball, Saming, Dew, they held no candle to Rasya today, and I believe there's going to be a continuous storyline in terms of how Rasya goes out there and dominates the other snipers on the battlefield, because this kid is only 16 and he's already supreme with the skills. He can only get better from here.
Yep, especially when he's compared to a lot of the snipers that we have here today. Even our MVP, Lao, he was hitting some very critical shots towards the end of that ring and finding enough picks alongside with getting G'day away from even utilizing that launcher. He has done so much, and you definitely have to keep him in mind when you're going into these last ring scenarios. Give it up for Lao, our MVP.
Absolutely, and of course a lot of effort by him, but not just by Lao Ho. LBT, Nero and Kang as well, pulling in the big guns this time round. LBT running in with the Oscar, and if it wasn't for this man and that monster truck, I'm pretty sure G'day would have sent them all flying with that grenade launcher. But of course, at the end of the day, it's all about the points that they pulled in, and this was not a shabby game for them at all. A total of 5 points just between LBT and Kang and Nero to match up with the 7 that Lao Ho sent in for a total of 12, and that's the sweet spot number for the 24 points of the Booyah.
Absolutely, he was looking for some good numbers here, and Lao Ho did not fall back despite having some weaker performances in our earlier map rotations today. At the very end, at least, you can see he's putting up 4,468 worth of damage, doubling the majority of his team.
Absolutely, and of course, key players of this map, Lao Ho, with the highlight for both the limbs as well as the damage. Saifa finding the spotlight for himself as well through the assist. I mean, great plays by AG Global. I really wonder overall how much they've managed to do, because remember the last time EVOS Divine was dominating the top, and AG was quite close to them.
They were extremely close to them, and I think, you know, AG put in a lot of work to make sure whoever faced off against them walked away hurt. And PE walked away with 24 points. AG at 20 points. 11 points is heavy. Gets 13 eliminations, ending at 16.
I guess this answers my question. EVOS Divine only got 5 points, which means AG Global would have 100% overtaken them at the top of the leaderboard. I don't think they needed that many, but of course, this extra points that they got to themselves is not going to be something to flex about as well. AG Global, at the end of the day, they were looking for the top 8. I don't know if they've managed to find it, but the #1 spot on the overall leaderboard for the day's performance, they most definitely secure that for themselves. Look at that massive 51 points on the placements.
Oh boy, I mean, hopefully that doesn't cost them their pizza. Hopefully it's more than 100 points, not 100 points on the dot. AG, really great job coming in from them. Able to kind of even it out between the elims as well as placement points overall. But even for EVOS Divine, coming up huge, right? 68 eliminations total, getting close, so close, 2 points off from the 100-point mark. But now it's the overall standings.
That's insane. Vamos losing the top 8 spot to a tiebreaker, and AG Global just 1 point away from equalizing with Vamos, but they would have still lost on the tiebreaker to Reverse Red. This is insane, and this is what I was talking about. It was way too close. Look at how far Reverse Red is from GOW, just 2 points. GOW just 5 points behind WAG. Things could have been shaken up like crazy on this top 8, but obviously props to both Vamos and AG Global for the crazy performance that they brought out today to make a mad dash for the top 8. Unfortunate that the effort came out a tad bit too late.
I mean, it's a sigh of relief for both Reverse Red and as well as even GOW, right? Because again, they have to play a strong couple of maps to try and keep in contentions and within that top 8 itself. WAG a little less stressed overall, but they put in the elbow grease, they put in the work. Look at our top 12 teams qualifying for Week 4, Day 1.
One of these teams will go directly to the grand finals of Battle Royale. Only one team can get there, and obviously we see some big names up here and many of them potentially able to do that. I mean, Reverse Red has had a great day on that #1 spot. AG Global has seen that #1 spot. EVOS Divine a couple of times. Buriram has done it. RRQ has done it. Falcons capable of doing it. We've seen Bigatron do it in the past. We've seen Flash do it in the past. Vamos, on the other hand, this one is a question mark. Even Heavy has done it. GOW has seen a couple of times where they're at the top. So Expand maybe could not get the chance, but Vamos can represent Malaysia in a big way by being the first team to qualify for Malaysia.
With that being said, we have our top 8 teams qualifying for the Clash Squad mode. It's going to be RRQ, BRU, EVOS, Falcons, BTR Delta, WAG, GOW, and as well as Reverse Red. It's going to be a fun time for these top 8 because, again, once we get into those Clash Squads, it's a bit of a side hustle for a lot of these teams. But honestly, it's so close and personal, you kind of got to give it your all.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the teams who are going to head on out there and give their all at Clash Squad will most definitely have a lot of money to play for as well. I'm sure they're looking forward to that. But the team of the day, with 101 points and 2 pizzas because they exceeded 100 points, is Dew and Squad. No banana, no problem, baby. 2 booyahs, 50 eliminations with 33,632 on the damage.
Woof, AG, they've done it. The team of the day, some extra pocket money to be going along with them, and pizzas when they get back home. Congratulations with a total of 101 points. I mean, I was worried for this squad, I'm not gonna lie. There was a couple of moments there that we saw today where it's just like, how do you get yourself out of this position?
I mean, what a day it has been, and I'm so sorry for the Malaysian fans who don't get to see Vamos at Clash Squad. It's unfortunate, right? They They did just enough to match up on the points. But if they had hustled a little bit earlier, obviously they were working on some chemistry issues. Gade has just been added to the roster. Not the best, but it's okay. Sometimes we have to learn some tough lessons to come back stronger in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it for week 3 and phase 1. Gideon and I signing off. We'll see you guys next week.